Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the City of Somerville Zoning Board of Appeals meeting for Wednesday, December the 14th, 2022. It is 6:04 p.m. Pursuant to Chapter 107 of the Acts of 2022, this meeting of the Somerville Zoning Board of Appeals will be conducted via remote participation. A record of these proceedings can be accessed at any time using the registration link at the top of this agenda. Under general business tonight, I'd like to take a moment, if I may, for the public and welcome two new board members to the Zoning Board of Appeals. We have Cecia Daglian, I hope I pronounced that properly,
Yes,
and Brian Cook. So welcome to you two folks, and we look forward to keeping you busy in the future. Thank you. So under general business tonight, we have to approve two sets of meetings that we had September 7th and November 30th. I'd ask the clerk at this time, Clerk Garavaglia, to please make a motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I make a motion to approve those meeting minutes from September 7th, 2022 and November 30th, 2022.
May I please have a second? Ms. Brockelman has a second. All in favor of approving the motion to accept the minutes of the meetings of the 7th of September and November 30th, 2022, please say aye as we go around. Ann Fullerton?
Aye.
Ann Brockelman?
Aye.
Catherine Garavaglia?
Aye.
CC Danglin?
Aye.
Brian Cook?
Aye.
And Susan Fontano, aye. I'll let the record show. I should have just called on one of the alternates last night, this time. So we'll do Brian Cook on the minutes, please. Would the clerk make a note of that? I'm going to make one too. And you guys correct me if I make any mistakes tonight. Got some new stuff going on here. All right, so next on the agenda is the public hearing of 620 Broadway. All cases, Madam Clerk, have to be open tonight.
Okay.
They're all new.
Madam Chair, I thought 620, oh, never mind. It was continued from last time. Understood.
Right. Okay.
So Madam Chair, I'd like to open 620 Broadway, P&Z 22-138. The applicant is requesting an extension to a previously approved hardship variance, which was identified as P&Z 21-140.
Thank you very much. And who's here tonight for 620 Broadway? Would you identify yourself or come on screen? Hello.
Sorry, Madam Chair. This is Emily Hutchings. If those who are available for the case for 620 Broadway can please raise your hand so I can promote you to share. And I apologize, it's taking a moment as I scroll through all the names as we have a good deal, many attendees tonight.
Okay. For the record in the listening public, we're going to try and stick to the published agenda as much as possible. Right now, everything's going to go right in order. So if that helps you out in listening land, so you be prepared for your case, that'd be great.
Madam Chair, I've just promoted, apologize, I missed the name for a moment, Alexandra Holmes as a presenter on the case. Ms. Holmes, if you'd like to speak on the case, you should be able to unmute yourself now.
I did, but I shouldn't have raised my hand. I'm sorry. I think I'm unqualified to speak. So take me off, please.
Oh. I'm sorry, so you're not attached to the case?
No, that's right.
Okay. I apologize. So I'm going to, let me see. I'm going to try to dismiss you as a presenter. You may need to re-enter the meeting. I'm hoping this does not kick you off. I apologize if it does.
Okay, thanks.
All right, and a reminder, please only raise your hand if you are a presenter for 620 Broadway, for the case 620 Broadway.
Emily, do you have a William J. Proaya?
I
Proaya?
do. Hold on
That's who
one
should
moment.
be speaking.
Here we go. One moment. All right, Mr. Proya, I've just promoted you, so you should be able to unmute and share your screen.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, thank you,
Hello.
Madam Chair, members of the board. This is Bill Proya for the applicant this evening. Thank you for your time. Just quickly, and I would want to thank the staff for their very good summary of the issues here. It's pretty simple. I think you've probably heard things like this before where multiple permits are required for this project. The variance happened to be the first one in line just because of the way the project lays out. And we are now in the process of, we've applied for and are waiting for public hearings for the next round of permits before the planning board for this project and need a little more time to secure those. And I think, again, the staff summary does an excellent job laying out the facts and the schedule, and they're recommending the extension as well. I would just say one other thing quickly, and again, the board has probably seen this in the past. In cases like this where there are multiple permits required, there's really good guidance from the courts on this, being that if an applicant is proceeding to try to obtain those other permits that have already been granted, like this variance, in fairness, should be considered either tolled or exercised to let the applicant move forward through the municipal zoning process. So that's just another piece of background that I thought might be helpful to the board. And with that, I'll answer any questions and appreciate your understanding and the extension if you feel like you can grant it this evening. Thank you.
So I'll open that up to the board. Brian Cook, I'd ask you to weigh in on this case for the vote at the end. And does anybody have any questions? Or is it self-explanatory, the paperwork we received? Anybody have a question, or you ready to vote? I'm ready to vote. I thought it's a legitimate reason. There's a lot of applications you have to go through. We have another one tonight about the COVID. There was a lot of different things. I know we take our variances very seriously, but this is for another 6 months. And hopefully they won't be back. They'll be doing their thing. So does anybody have anything they want to say? No? Ready to take a vote? Yes? Madam
Madam-
Clerk, yes.
Just a point where this is probably my own ignorance. Do we need to ask the public? Has that already occurred? No?
No,
Okay.
this- well, yes, I should have said that. I'm sorry, I apologize. So we didn't even get somebody to step up to speak up for the case here. Is there anybody from the general public at this time that would like to speak on this issue? Pro or con, either one, please step up, raise your hand so that Ms. Hutchings can see you. Ms. Hutchings?
Yes,
Anybody?
Madam Chair. One moment, I am scrolling through our list of names.
Perhaps the woman that spoke earlier has something to say as a neighbor or a concerned citizen.
Okay, so I see a Matthew Penny with his hand up. Mr. Penny, I am going to unmute you, so. Oh, Madam Chair, would you, my colleague Andrew Berminski has reminded me, would you like to have a timer, start the timer for public comment at this time?
Yes, please.
All right, Mr. Proya, I'm going to ask that you stop sharing your screen so we can share a timer on screen.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hold on. One moment. So let me see. So I see we're just working on getting that timer up. My apologies, we're having some. Oh. There we go. All right, and Mr. Penny, you are unmuted, so you can go ahead and start.
Okay.
Hello.
Thank you very much. I don't know if you can even see me, but these platforms are a little bit frustrating for me. I'm used to coming to public meetings in public. I'm not really sure why there's no more public meetings.
Do you have something to say regarding this case, sir?
Yes, I opposed the project. I'm a member, as a resident of Somerville for over 30 years. I'm a member of Coppins Local 328, and I do not support the project.
Hello?
Hello?
All right, Mr. Penny.
Yes.
You kind of faded out at the end there, sir. I heard that you're a member, you've been a resident for 30 years, and you belong to the
Yes.
local, and what was the last thing you said, sir?
Coppins Local 328. I don't think this
And what do
contract
you want
is
to say
with
about this case?
I don't support the contract as a group.
Okay, well, thank you. All right, that's why I couldn't hear that quite clear. You don't support it, okay?
And, Chair, Madam Chair, I apologize for interrupting. This is Emily Hutchings again. Mr. Penny, would you please state your address for the record?
It's 19 Warwick Street.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Will that be all?
Sure.
Okay, thank you for coming out tonight. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay. Is
Right,
there anybody else in the audience that would like to speak?
Yes, Madam Chair, I have a Mark Russell here, so I am going to see. I'm trying
Hello?
to unmute.
Hello?
There we go.
1 second, sir.
I'm
Yep,
sorry,
there we
ma'am.
go.
I,
Mr. Russell, I believe you're all
yes,
set.
ma'am.
Would you please state your name and your address for the record?
Yes, ma'am. My name is Mark Russell. My address is 30 Adams Street, apartment number 5. 30 Adams Street, apartment number 5, Somerville, Mass. I'm sorry. We're talking about the parcel land at 299 Broadway, correct? It
No.
broke up. Oh,
no,
all right.
six-
620. I'm also I'm a member of Local 328, and I oppose the project as I more oppose the developer of it, Callahan and their partners. I'm just
So
asking.
I apologize, Mr. Russell. I'm going to interrupt you for a moment. Madam
Okay.
Chair, may I just speak on the process and what we're covering right
Yes,
now?
ma'am,
Would you
please
like
do.
to do that? So for everyone who's listening, We are reviewing 299, or the ZBA is reviewing 299 Broadway at this meeting, but that is not what is up for review now. There are several items on the agenda before the ZBA gets to 299 Broadway.
Absolutely. I apologize.
So, no, that is no problem at all. This
I'll
is,
wait.
Good, just, there are plenty of people here, I'm sure, who haven't done this before, so we really appreciate you coming. So for those of you who are new, the process for the ZBA is they take these applications, just application by application, and then for each application, they will open the public hearing and they will take comments specific to that application. So what the ZBA is looking at now is the application for 620 Broadway.
I
which is-
apologize.
Oh, don't worry about it. I'm going to go ahead and mute you, and once
Yeah, no problem.
299. So,
Thank you.
thank you. So
Emily?
there are several cases that are coming before the board. 620 Broadway is the first, 299 Broadway is the last. So the chair will announce each case, but members of the public should have comments be specific to the case that is being reviewed at that moment. Madam Chair, is there anything you'd like to add? Is that sufficient?
No, you've cleared that up. Thank you. Just could you reset the timer for the next person? Who's handling that? You
Yes,
or?
it's been reset. Can you see it on my screen? This is Andrew Kaminsky.
No, Andrew, for some reason,
No,
we're seeing it still at 1 minute and 53 seconds.
Oh, interesting. How about now?
No, and you're breaking up a little bit. So you know what we're going to do? I'm going to get a timer out and I'll put it up. But so a reminder, if there are any members of the public who are here who would like to speak for 620 Broadway, on the subject of 620 Broadway, now is the time to raise your hand. And I'm scrolling through. I do see that Matthew Penny has his hand up, Madam Chair. Given that there was confusion, would you like to allow him to be unmuted and speak again, just in case there was confusion?
Yes, yes, as well as he might be prepared to say something. Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Penny,
Yes, ma'am.
did you want to say something pertaining to 620 Broadway?
No, ma'am. My
okay.
comments were for 299 Broadway.
Okay, hon, thank you so much. Talk to you later. Okay, next, please, Ms. Hutchings.
There are no other hands that I see raised, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. So we'll close the public portion for 620 Broadway and open it up to the board. Regarding 620 Broadway, can I see a thumbs up if you want to vote now, and I'll go around? Okay, beautiful. Madam Clerk, would you please make a motion for the vote?
Yes, Madam Chair. I'd like to make a motion to approve the applicant's request for an extension of the hardship variance for P&Z 22-138, 620 Broadway.
May I have a second? Seconded by Ann Brockelman. All in favor, please say aye when I go around. Ann Fullerton.
Aye.
Catherine Garavaglia.
Aye.
Ann Brockelman.
Aye.
Brian Cook.
Aye.
And Susan Fontano, aye. Let the record show there were 4 regulars and 1 alternate voting, and it's 100% unanimous. Thank you, 620 Broadway, and can keep on trucking, get it done. Good
Thank
luck.
you. Thank you. Good evening. Take care.
Next on our agenda tonight is 292 to 294 Beacon Street. Madam Clerk.
Madam Chair, I'd like to open 292 through 294 Beacon Street, P&Z 22-167. The applicant is requesting an extension to the previously approved variance, which was identified under ZBA number 2018-118.
Thank you very much. With the parties and the concern of Beacon Street, 292 and 294, step forward, raise your hand so staff can identify you.
Yes, Madam Chair, I have just made Andrew Shana a presenter, and
Shanna.
I am, Shana, I'm sorry.
No, you're all
Shana.
right.
I am also making Mr. Darren Swain a presenter, and am I looking for a Mr. John Collins as well?
I believe he is on. Whether you'd
There
like
we
to
go.
put him on or not, that's fine. I don't think he minds if he's here.
All right, I've made him a presenter, and he can come on if he wishes.
All right.
Good evening, gentlemen. I just want to say one thing. As you speak, you must identify yourself every time. And this is the first time, just tell us how you relate to the project. So who's going to speak first?
Sure thing. Andrew Shenna, I will speak first. I am the managing member of the LLC which owns the property.
Beautiful. So
All right.
tell us what you want to do.
Sure thing. Good evening, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Andrew Shenna, and I am from Capital Equity Partners and the managing member and one of the new owners of 294 Beacon Street. I am here this evening to request a 6-month extension to a previously approved variance, which is ZBA 2018-118. And this extension will run from December 15th, 2022 to June 15th, 2023. The original approval was under previous zoning ordinance and included a special permit under SCO 7.11.1.c and 9.13, which does not expire until June of 2023. The approval also included a variance under SCO 5.5 and 8.5 to construct a new 4-story wood frame structure with 5 dwelling units and underground parking. The original decision in 2018 under previous ownership was appealed by an abutter and finally resolved in July of 2020 during the height of COVID, so construction was delayed. While doing our due diligence on this project, our team met with the heads of ISD, Mr. Antonivica, Mr. Jensen, and Mr. Zano in regards to the status of the board's previous approvals. We were informed during that meeting that the variance special permit would fall under the permit tolling period during the state of emergency due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Specifically, pursuant to Section 17C of Chapter 53 of the Acts of 2020, permits subject to the COVID tolling are also afforded the eligibility of applying for an additional extension consistent with the existing statutes. This language may be found in Mr. Antonivica's public memorandum from June 10th, 2021 regarding permit tolling and lifting of COVID state of emergency. Since purchasing the property from Mr. Kenneth Sparrow, we have submitted our plan revision for the project under case number P&Z 22-159. Our changes have been deemed de minimis and accepted by Mrs. Lewis, Director of Planning and Preservation and Zoning. Again, we're here to request your permission to grant us our additional extension. We appreciate your time and consideration, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. For the record, CCI, you're going to be weighing in on this case. I had one great presentation. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
I have one question for our staff. I'm noticing on these slips tonight, when we approve this extension and you go down on the staff report, it doesn't list any per se conditions. It says permanent conditions. We just absorbed all that were there before, correct?
Correct. This is Emily Hutchings, PPZ staff. That is correct, Madam Chair. So all conditions that were part of the original approval still stand. This is just an extension of the permit.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to open it up now to the public. Is there anyone here in the matter of 292 to 294 Beacon Street? Please raise your hand so the staff may identify you and you could speak.
Madam Chair, I am scrolling through, and just a reminder, this is for 292 to 294 Beacon Street.
Yep.
Madam Chair, I do see Matthew Penny still has his hand up, but I believe that may be an error. Mr. Penny, if you would like to speak on this subject, certainly leave your hand up. If you would not like to speak on this subject, you can click the little hand raise button and that will lower your hand. You can raise it again when 299 Broadway comes up. I'm just going to give him a moment. Let's see. All right, I don't see anyone else with their hand up.
Okay,
And I do
thank
see
you.
Mr. Penny still has his hand up, so I'm going to unmute him.
Okay.
Mr. Penny, you are now able to speak.
I'm not commenting on this project.
Okay, would you mind lowering your hand? I apologize.
I made a comment on 299 Broadway. I'm only staying for this meeting because I'm under the impression that I was allowed to make my comment for a different address. If my comment will follow 299 Broadway, then we can leave it at that. If I have to wait for 299 Broadway to come up again and repeat my statement, I can do that. I don't think I have anything to say about Beacon Street.
Mr. Penny,
Yes,
this is Susan Fontano, the chair. For some reason, you have to lower your hand. If not, every single case that comes up, we're gonna have to stop and do this. You can lower your hand and raise it. The reason you have to wait, sir, is this is all recorded, and we need to record your comments at the time of 299. So I'm sorry to inconvenience you, but could you please lower your hand and raise it at the end at 299, sir?
can you see my hand? I can't see myself on the screen. I've never used this platform before.
I hear you, I get it. No
If my
problem.
hands are away now.
Ms. Hutchings?
So, Mr. Penny, if you go to the side of your screen, there should be next to your name a small hand. And if you and the chair are both comfortable with it, you don't, perhaps an option would be that nothing needs to happen, but we recognize that your hand will be up, but you would not like to speak on any of the cases until 299 Broadway.
That's great.
Which I've
That
already
sounds
spoken on.
great. Okay, good. You're all set then.
Well,
Okay, so without further ado, there are no more hands up. We're going to close the public portion, open it to the board for their comments and/or go to a vote. We understand it was a big thing with the COVID. We've all had our lives disrupted by that, so that alone is a legitimate right to me and reason. Is everybody ready to vote on this right now? Or do you have a conversation? Ann Fullerton has something to say. Ann?
Thank you,
You
Madam
want-
Chair.
Yep.
Emily, if you wouldn't mind, can you run us through how many more approvals this project has to go through? If they're in engineering design now, is it simply submission for permit, or do they need additional planning review, design review? What's left for them?
I am going to defer to Mr. Shenna.
Sure. Yeah, this is Andrew Shannon. Hi, Ann. Thank you for the question. From our understanding, all that's left is just the processing of a full set of construction documents and for the building permit. There should be no other extensions or variances required on our case.
That's
And we
where
just-
I was going.
Yeah, we just purchased this project within the last 5 months, so and took it over from Mr. Kenneth Spera, who was the original applicant on this particular parcel, and you've
Yeah.
been dealing with him for the last 8 years, I believe. So we're here to see it through fruition.
Right.
you.
My concern is that this is the second extension on that permit, and
Yes.
that really is a threshold that we don't want to create a further extension on. So I wanted
Correct.
to make sure that you guys thought you'd be able to submit for permit within the 6 months.
We do. We're expecting to be able to submit a full construction document set by the end of January.
Great. Thank you for your answer.
No problem. Absolutely. Thank you for the question.
Thank you, Ms. Fullerton. Anyone else have a question? Ann Brockelman.
Well, it's more a comment. Again, I think it is even predates and this project has been before us many times. So I just want to encourage Mr. Shannon, when you submit construction documents, that they are professional. You know, there's been issues even pre-COVID with this project. So we expect it to be professionally managed, designed, done from now on, and really wish you all the luck.
Thank you. Sorry to cut you off. Sorry. Thank you. We appreciate that. And it's been a little bit of a heavy lift just trying to engineer and re-engineer the mess that it was to a professional standard. So we're on the same page there for sure.
Great. Thank you.
You're very welcome.
Catherine, you all set? Any comment? Cecia, you okay with this?
Yes, I am. No comment.
Thank you. So if you're ready to vote, I'd like to have the clerk make a motion, please.
Sorry, I was muted. Now I lost my screen. All right. Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve the request for extension of the variance previously identified as ZBA 2018-118.
Second.
Seconded by Ann Brockelman. All in favor of approving 292 to 294 Beacon Street, please say aye as we go around. Ann Fullerton,
Aye.
Catherine Garavaglia,
Aye.
Ann Brockelman,
Aye.
and Cecia Daglian,
Aye.
and Susan Fontano, aye. Let the record show it was unanimous, all 5 members voting in the affirmative. Good luck, Mr. Sensia. Yes.
I got you. I got you.
With the
All right.
SCH there.
Thank you,
Ann-
Madam Chair. Thank you for the board. Happy holidays.
All right, Ann Fullerton, you had your hand up. You have something you want to say? No,
Oh,
okay, great.
Saying goodbye.
Oh, that was goodbye. Oh, okay, I gotta learn that. All right, our next case is 42 to 44 Hamilton Road. New case again, clerk, would you please open it for us?
Yes, Madam Chair, I'd like to open 42-44 Hamilton Road, P&Z 22-111. The applicants are seeking to establish a group living use in the neighborhood residence district and require a special permit.
Thank you very much.
Hi, everyone.
Hello.
Yeah, I see my photos here. Hi, hello. Hi, my name is Jusan Yan. I'm the owner of this property. And in this house have 8 bedrooms. And currently only my son and I live here. And my son is a tough student. So we want to rent the rest of the room to tough student or his friends or whatever. Basically, it's where we want to do that. And then there's when I start to look at the relevant regulations here, and I was told there's a Somerville zoning ordinance, there's section 9.11B, and requires any house that have more than 4 unrelated people, and together will require a special permit. And I specifically asked what is unrelated people. Basically, anyone as long as it's not in the family will be considered as will consider unrelated people. So to following that, and I kind of started the application process and going through all the neighborhood meetings and talk to zoning personnel, and I could now come to here and we want to get approved and that for this purpose.
Okay, so we know that background. Now tell us precisely, we have our staff report, and you are going to live there with your son initially.
Correct, yes.
And your wife is going to join you at some point.
Yes.
Okay, and you
Well,
have
she,
8
right now,
rooms.
right now she just visit us occasionally.
Right, I understand that. You have 8 rooms. You folks will be occupying 2, and that will leave 6.
Correct.
You're only gonna have 1 person in each room?
Yes, only one person, one
In
student,
each room.
initially.
Okay, great.
Yeah, it's only one. But
All
we will
right.
now, yeah,
That we understand all that. And,
Yeah.
you know, we have the whole report here, and we know you're taking some precautions and you've looked into some, you're gonna be living there, modifying and paying attention to what's going on the premises. So, unless we need you to say something else, if the board has a question for you before I open it to the public, so I think we have some people had some questions. Ann, go ahead, please. Ann Brock, Fullerton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Actually, my question's for Andrew, who I think is the planner on this case. Andrew, can you
Yes,
jump
yes.
off for a sec?
Yes, I'm here.
So I need a little education here, and I'm guessing other members do too. How is this different than 3 Tufts College students unmarried to each other living in an apartment that happen to have a lease under 3 different names? How is this different than that?
So let me give you the definition of household living, because that might be helpful. So basically, according to our zoning code, residential occupancy of a building or portion of buildings in dwelling units by any number of persons related by blood, marriage, adoption, or foster care agreement, and up to 3 additional unrelated persons living together as a single housekeeping unit. So at the moment, 3 unrelated individuals can constitute a household, but once you go beyond 4 or more, that's when the group living would kick in. Does that make
So
sense?
it does. So if Mr. Yang was to say, call the first floor an apartment and the second floor an apartment, and there were 3 bodies in each of those floors, or 3 sort of rental people that were on a lease in each of those floors, that would be considered a regular household, 2 separate regular households versus a group living situation.
So basically in the unit, you're right, it's 2 floors, but it's 1 unit. They're not separated. It's 1 dwelling unit with 8 bedrooms.
Okay.
Yeah.
And 1 kitchen. So Mr. Yang,
Yeah,
it's
yes.
a single family unit, correct?
Correct. Yes. So the household, when you, in terms of regulation, it's by dwelling unit.
Okay.
Yeah.
I understand. I frankly feel bad for Mr. Yang because I think there's probably households out there already doing this, but I understand the issue.
And I respect the man for doing the right thing. There's so many people doing the wrong thing. After a while, everybody thinks the wrong thing's okay. So I live in a neighborhood this happens to all the time. It's disgusting. And it's getting better, thank goodness. So I appreciate Mr. Yang doing the right thing and coming forward. Anybody else on the board have a question for Mr. Yang before we go, or Andrew, before we go to the public? No, okay.
Actually, I do have a question as well.
Who's saying that?
Sorry, it's Cecilia.
All right. And you know, stay on screen, please.
Yes, sorry.
Okay, what's your question, Cecia?
Mr. Yang, have you considered having less people, like instead of 8, maybe 6? Would that be, would that make sense for you, or would you be amenable to that, so that maybe there was a spare bedroom? Because I noticed on this floor plan, for example, the room that's off the living room on the second floor, the larger room of the 2 that goes towards the front porch or the longer porch, presumably that is sort of like a, dining room or an extension of the living room. It just seems like for 8 people, there's very little common space left in this unit when every enclosed space is used up as a bedroom. And by doing that, it would sort of make your request a little bit, more
I'm
modest.
so sorry. Actually, the signal is really bad now. We can't. I'm sorry. I couldn't hear anything right now.
Okay.
What, may I just reiterate here? Mr. Yang, Ms.
Yes, please.
Danglian is making a suggestion. Are you hard top on 8 rooms, or would you reduce yourself to 6 or even 7? We can't hear, there you go.
Because the room is there, but I may not. I mean, even though I apply it, I may not get every room filled, and it's a kind of a common room. So that's my intention. Even myself will have some storage in there. So
Right. So that if you're
even though
not
because
using,
we have this, as long as
sorry, go ahead.
sorry,
Jessica?
I didn't hear it.
No, I was just saying if you're not really intending to use some of the rooms as bedrooms, then would you consider having 6 instead of 8 unrelated people? It would just be a more modest ask. 8 is quite a few people. It almost starts to feel a little bit like a dormitory.
Yeah, it's in fact it's gonna be 6 unrelated people. In reality, that's the maximum we can go. Because based on definition, it's like my son and I as a family member were not counted. So it's gonna be less than what you are mentioned. But honestly, the definition is little confusing. As long as basically as long as they have more than 4, you have to get approved. You have to get a special permit here. So we're not saying what we're gonna do. You have 8 people live there, or it's not. We're applying for that. We're applying more than 4 as a group living.
Could I provide some clarification, Madam
Yes.
Chair? It could be helpful.
Yeah.
So Mr. Yang and his son currently live in this property in 2 of those rooms. And in the leftover rooms, they intend to rent to those 6 students. Now, however, in reality, there's 8 total bedrooms, which potentially could be rented if Mr. Yang and his son weren't living in that property. So yes, in reality, 8 people could live there, but his intentions are to rent just the rooms that are they're not occupying. So I just wanted to make sure that was clarified. But again, all 8 can potentially be rented.
But the
If he
question of the board member was to Mr. Yang, would he consider cutting back? That, yes is yeah?
Well, I can't because it's been built. The house is there. Maybe you can explain to me what do you mean to cut it? The room is here. It's a really good room, honestly. If you can see the background, everything is it's beautifully been done. Honestly, it's livable, it's habitable. It's a room. It's about more than 100 square footage. Oh yeah. It's basically everything is. I initially went to the house and stability and the office and talked to the people, the officers there. They explained and examined everything. They said everything definitely is complying with the living and also planning. They had the same. Well, I don't know what do you mean cut to list them. This, it's not 8 bedrooms. No, cutting down to 6 bedroom.
Ms. Staglian?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I mean, that you would have, extra common area for the number of people that you're having, so it's not so packed in. I have no doubts those are nice quality bedrooms, though one of them seems rather small. I was simply wondering if that, would be part of the discussion, because I think, as a board member, we also have to consider the precedent this is setting for, so many people living, in a unit. That's all.
So like, actually, like Andrew just mentioned, even though we can do eight, but we're not planning, we're not even considering at this
That's
moment.
my point. If
And
you're not going
If
to
this
do
is too
8,
crowded,
then why-
myself live there.
One at a time, please.
Yeah.
Oh,
I mean, I understand if you're not planning to do 8, then why are you requesting to do 8? That's the thing.
No, I do not request, I do not. All right, maybe Andrew
Mr.
can
Graminsky?
explain to
Okay.
you.
Mr. Graminsky?
Thank you, Chair Fontano. So really what the request is a special permit for a group living, which allows Mr. Yang to establish the ability to have 4 or more unrelated people living on the premise. There's
Right.
no cap to that definition, so he could rent it to 8 people if he wasn't living there with his son, or 6 people as what he's proposing. It's not that he's proposing to rent to 8 people. There's 8 bedrooms. And if the staff memo led to that was going on, I do apologize if there was some convolutedness. But again, it's just the special permit for group living, which allows for more than 4 unrelated people to be living there. There's not a specific number that he's asking for. There's just 8 available bedrooms.
Okay, thank you.
Catherine Garavaglia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This question is more for Andrew. Andrew, I know you thought you were clarifying, but you sparked a bunch of questions in my brain. So my questions are, 1, how do we define a bedroom? That's for you, Andrew.
So yeah, that's something that's I don't believe is defined in the zoning code, but I think it's defined in the building code, and maybe Emily could help me out because I'm actually not sure how it's defined, because that's something that we don't really necessarily deal with in our realm. But Emily, do you want to answer that?
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Graminsky. So again, this is Emily Hutchings, planning and zoning staff. So a bedroom is defined in the building code. I've not been able to look up the exact definition, but it's something that our inspectional services department regulates. And so if they look at a room that someone argues to be a bedroom and they say, well, no, it doesn't meet the requirements to be a bedroom, then they would have the ability to say, no, this is not a place where someone could sleep.
Sorry, Emily, I actually did find the definition in the zoning code.
Excellent.
It is defined. So I will describe to you what that definition is. So it's a private room for sleeping, however named, planned, intended, or used, which is separated and can be used off from other parts of the dwelling by walls and a door.
Isn't there something there about a closet? There used to be.
There is not in the zoning code's definition.
Madam Chair, it's in the building code, in the IRT. It requires a closet and a window. And there's
That's what I
also
thought.
a ceiling height requirement. And there is typically a square footage requirement. Off the
That's
top of
what
my
I
head, I
was-
can't remember what
Right.
it is.
Okay. So, Madam Chair, this is Catherine Garavaglia again, if I may. I'm looking at these plans and clearly am lacking an architecture degree, but I noticed that I don't see closets in all of these rooms, which is part of why I asked the question. So I wanted to highlight that for the other members of the board. My next question again goes back to Andrew, because you said, and I may be misunderstanding, that by approving this, we are allowing there to be 4 or more unrelated persons living in the residence. But I don't recall hearing what the cap is.
Well, that's
So
why I'd like
there is.
one per room, but that doesn't mean that stays that way.
So is there a cap?
No, that there is not. All it states is in dwelling units by more than 4 unrelated persons for group living.
I mean, there's a fire code, so there's some type of a cap here. We can't put 300 people.
Yeah, but I'm saying from zoning's point of view, from the zoning ordinance, there's not. But I don't know what the cap would be from a fire code. I don't know that question.
Yeah, I just,
Right.
there's a cap somewhere.
Yes, and we can track that down for you if you would like, or maybe Emily can chime in, but we'll see if I can get in touch with my ISD
Okay.
friends.
All right, listen. Ian Brockelman's the only hand I've seen that I didn't answer. Could you, Ian, do you have something you want to add to this? Because then I'm going to say something after you.
I think Catherine stated a lot of it. I think the 8 bedrooms confuse us. It's just a group living use, so it could be doubles, 16 people. I see that staff has conditioned 8. We've made the assumption that these are singles, so 8 bicycle parking. But again, they could be doubles. And then my question probably to staff again is there a limit or a time limit to this use? A lot of times when we grant these to commercial properties, for example, it would be for that owner, right? Or for that restaurant, for that bar. Is this in perpetuity tied to the property or to this owner?
I believe it's in perpetuity to the property. However, you could condition it to the property owner, Emily, and then Emily can correct me on that, but I believe it's in perpetuity.
And so I wonder how the rest of the board members feels about that condition.
Well, that's what I was going to go forward and say, that we still have to open this to the public, and they have had neighborhood meetings. And I think we have enough questions here. I have questions that I want answered before I vote. And that's one of them, the perpetuity, the what is the definition of a bedroom, the size, the closet, the window, etc. You architects know that stuff. How big, how small can a room be to be considered a bedroom? See, what I don't like is, I know there's this micro living and stuff. And that's, you know, like the apartments we opened up down in Union Square, the 88, the studios. And then they had 4, I think, 1 bedrooms. As we go forward, something like this, because more of this might be happening, that people want to do the right thing. It's a piece of property, they can make some money on it, and why not? It's the American way. But I can't vote tonight not knowing these answers. So I don't know if we want to make our little shopping list right now from us, open it to the public, get those questions aside, and then continue with this for another meeting when the answers are all there. Do I have a thumbs up on something like that, or do you think it's just too much right now and you rather? Ann Fullerton, you had a question. Do you agree with what I'm saying right now, but us going forward with getting some answers on these questions?
Madam Chair, I do. I guess I had an additional question about conditioning an approval for a limited number of bodies as well.
Right,
since there
I
isn't
agree.
currently a cap.
Right, so if I could ask staff, which is Mr. Graminsky, and our clerk, to make a little list as we're speaking. I'm making one too. So what's your questions, Ian, you want answered? You want to know the size of the room? Is that what you said?
Well, I think that they should have their design team confirm that the bedrooms meet IRC, so it's International Residential Code for bedrooms.
Actually, can I? Yeah.
Yes, please, Mr.
Because
Yang.
all of these questions, this is being inspected on September 1st. This year, September 1st, I did the remodel work. So it's being, everything is inspected. It's up, everything is upgraded, up to date. So all of this concern, obviously, you know, what the members' concern is definitely there. But there is one thing is missing, is the September 1st we had the inspection, and all the inspection has been done with the upgrade, with remodel. So
Mr. Yang,
The size wise, in terms of the size wise, based on my, yeah, please.
So, Mr. Yang, this is Ann Fullerton. I understand that the space is inspected. My concern is that the spaces weren't misinterpreted by ISD to be different living spaces than the bedroom assignments that you intend to give them in the future. And then also there's another piece of bedroom safety that we haven't talked about, which is if you replaced any windows in the house, new windows are supposed to be a certain size for egress. And since we're talking about a building that will have quite a few occupants, that's another piece of what I would like to understand that your bedrooms conform with.
So, Andrew Graminsky,
I don't know what to say. Is honestly, your concern definitely is valid from building perspective. But
Mr.
I can tell
Graminsky,
you, it's inspected. When I talked to the inspector, Tom, and he said everything is definitely upgraded. So
okay,
there's really, it's not a concern. I don't know why, but obviously this everything you say is valid, but it's not from my perspective. It's updated. Everything is updated. In terms of the egress, everything I don't know that much, but I can tell you it's 100 years old house. And then the new from architect portion, it's updated.
all right, Mr. Yang, just a moment, please. In 1 minute, Ann Brockelman, you're next. I want to ask Andrew something. Andrew, these questions we have, do you know them? Have they come up? You said the place was inspected in September.
Yeah, I
What
can
was that
confirm that
inspection?
I did speak with Hans Jensen and he did inspect the property.
Inspected for what?
For the by right improvement, the interior renovations that he was mentioning, the creation of the bedrooms for that work.
So we worked with Hans before. So in other words, all these questions about a closet, about a windows, about the size, they've all been, he's approved all this stuff already. It's okay to go?
So I can't speak on those details, but I can get the correspondences from Hans for you all.
I think that's what we want.
I can get you that information.
Okay, Ann
Okay,
Brockelman?
well, I can reach out to him.
Yeah, Ann Brockelman?
Yes, I just have a certificate of occupancy, Mr. Yang, that's what you're saying, right? These,
I'm sorry. Can you?
you
please?
have a certificate of occupancy, right?
I have the inspection of it, and for the final inspection on it, and I apply to get the certification of occupancy. But there are two ways to get it. It's one is just a regular residency, which we can get right away, and another one is we get a group living. So if we do group living, then there will be different, and they will need to get approved from you guys.
Okay. I get it.
I see. And the set of plans that was it a set of stamped plans that were submitted? Because these
I'm
plans,
sorry, I didn't.
These plans, is there an official set of stamped plans that were submitted? It would be good for public record to have that as part of this set as well. This looks like a PDF printout. Did you need a set of professional stamped plans to go with your permit, in which you also get your certificate of occupancy? And all the bedrooms are labeled as such on those set of plans?
Do you know that, Mr. Graminsky?
I'm not aware of stamped construction plans.
Okay, so
Madam Chair, this is Emily Hutchings. If I may, I think I can provide a little bit of clarification on the process here.
please.
So an inspection was done on the property to make sure it's compliant with building code with safety regulations. What's being requested here is a special permit for a group living following the issuance of any special permit from the zoning board, the applicant would need to submit an additional permit request to the Inspectional Services Department, whereby they would review the building, they would review all of the bedrooms for compliance with the building code, with the zoning code. And it is at that point they make a thorough inspection on all compliance. So approving a group living special permit does not necessarily mean there are going to be people in every single room of this house. It would mean that he would be allowed, that the applicant would be allowed to rent the property to more than 4 unrelated individuals, but that the property would still have to comply with zoning and building codes in every other respect. So all bedrooms would have to comply with the zoning code and the building code, and every other aspect of the property as well. I don't know if that helps answer any questions.
Well,
So actually, there is one, I don't know, what
excuse
should I
me,
say?
Mr. Yang, one moment, please. What I want to say is the chair, and I've sat on the board for a while, and Ann Brockelman, I think, I'll see you in a moment, Ann Fullerton. You can put your hand down. Ann Brockelman's been on with me as well. The Zoning Board of Appeals has always been involved with these types of questions. So what you're saying is he's coming forward for the 4+. So what are we voting on? I mean, for us to just vote carte blanche, we want to know what we're voting on. I want to know, and then 2 more years from now, there's not 16 people there or 20 people there. And also, I always thought, like we're saying, a bedroom had certain requirements, a bathroom has certain requirements. And we're just asking the question to make sure everything's copacetic. And in the future, when we have something like this or whatever, I don't know, but I'd like to request somebody from Inspectional Services be here, because if somebody from staff was here like that, we used to always have them come at our meetings, and Hans was always there. He's a wonderful liaison for us with Inspectional Services. He'd zip right through his little computer there, and he'd say, yep, a window, no, that used to be, but it's no longer. You don't have to have a closet. I mean, for that matter, if you have a closet, you go buy a wardrobe. I get it. But like we're saying about the windows for maybe an egress, and there's something like this. How many bathrooms are they supposed to have in this place like this? So I know Inspectional Services handles a lot of that stuff, but we're usually privy to that information. We always had in the past, and going forward, I would like us to have it so we don't put this man through this, that he's, all worried this isn't going to happen. Now, Ann Fullerton, 1 minute, Ann Brockelman, she had her hand up. Ann Fullerton, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I hate to bring this up, Mr. Yang, but I do feel compelled to mention this to the rest of the board. I noticed that some of the typography was different on the plans, and when I zoom in on the attic plan, I can see the bedroom, in 2 occasions, the word bedroom is covering up previous typography, and in one of the cases, I suspect underneath it says study room. I don't know if those plans were labeled that way going through ISD in the approvals process. They very may well be, but this is why I would like to be confident that all of those rooms meet bedroom requirements for ISD.
And who wanted the stamped plans? Was that Ann?
They were required, yes.
Yeah, all right.
I have one final question, if that's okay, Madam Chair.
Yes, ma'am.
And this may again, maybe a staff question. I would like to know the intersection of the group living use and accessibility. And this is when I wish Josh were here, because he would tell us right off the bat. And I suspect that we need a site plan to understand that, at least if there was something governing accessibility with group living use then probably we need to see a site plan to make sure at least a couple bedrooms are accessible, or maybe it's not required. I don't know. So can you look that up, Andrew? Or staff? Accessibility, when does that
Like
kick in?
just a general site plan.
No, well, number one, how does accessibility relate to group living? You know, when does that kick in? And then if it does, then, well, a site plan would be nice anyways, just for us to understand if at least the main floor is accessible. But you may find that, you know, nothing governs, so let us know as well. Thank you.
So just, if I can ask just one clarifying question to follow that up, like an accessibility plan, like how the property is accessed, how the unit is accessed. You know, sort of like if there's a back entrance, a front entrance.
Yes,
those sort of
it's required. The first question is, when does MAB or accessibility code kick in? Does that relate to group living? Okay, because once you're serving a larger population, there may be a threshold, which I don't know, right? Obviously, if it's housing, there is, but I don't know what the threshold between multifamily and, you know, and group living is. And
So
again,
I don't think a plan like that is required for this special permit. Emily, correct me if I'm wrong. Again, that I believe that's something that will be handled with ISD as part of their process, but again, I am not sure. But
so check the code first, and then if a plan is required, then that's the next
from
step.
the submittal requirements perspective, I don't think it's required.
So, Madam Chair, may I interject here one more time?
Absolutely.
So technically, it's not required as part of the submittal requirements, but it is something that the zoning board could request as additional information that's necessary for you to make your decision. Recognizing that this is one of many questions that you have, and one of many things that staff could follow up with ISD on. I've noted many of the questions here could be resolved by additional review with ISD, and maybe the board would be interested in continuing the item so staff can gather this information and answer questions and have that information for the following meeting.
That would be great. I don't want to alarm Mr. Yang. Mr. Yang, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
I don't want you to be alarmed. A lot of these questions can probably be answered in 5 minutes if we have the proper people here that can answer them. So don't panic that, you know, this is a bad thing. We're just trying to iron out these wrinkles because more people might be coming forward, and they probably will be. So we want to get it right the first time around, and you've done a lot of work and a lot of investment, and we appreciate all that. So don't panic that this isn't going to fly, just not tonight. We want to get everything straightened out so we can move forward properly. Mr. Graminski, hello.
I think I know the direction you all are heading in, but I was going to say from staff's perspective, we would recommend that you continue with so staff can work with ISD on sort of these unresolved questions, review the application with ISD so everyone's on the same page. And then next time we come back, we will have everything for you and those additional documents as well.
Great. Catherine Garavaglia, the clerk, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So as part of our list of deliverables, if you will, in addition to what we've already discussed, I would really like if we can get complete clarity on the rest of the process. So how I'm understanding it, which could be totally wrong, is that if we approve this change in use and allow for more than four or more unrelated people to live there, I believe what I understand is that ISD will then go back in to evaluate the number of bedrooms that could be, or rooms that could be considered bedrooms, and how many people would be allowed at that time. So I'm going to want to really understand that question. because I am also seeing some of the same discrepancies mentioned by Ann Fullerton on the plans submitted. So I want to really understand that ISD is going to go in and evaluate what is a bedroom and make sure that we're doing this safely for the residents of Somerville. I do like the idea of having more housing and having access for students to safe housing close to campus. I just want to make sure that we're doing this correctly and that I'm not going to be sitting there going, oh gosh, I wish I hadn't approved that. There are now 20 people living in this house.
Right.
So I
Can
think
can I
that
say one
I have
thing?
I have a question. What's on the first floor? The plan shows the second floor and the attic.
Yes.
What's on the first floor?
First floor is one independent unit. It's an independent unit.
I got it.
Can I
So
say one
that's
more
rented
thing?
out to somebody else.
Yeah.
That's gonna be rented out to somebody else, and the second and third in the attic are for just this unit, this dwelling. So it's not, we asked the question,
I don't know. I
Matt,
don't know why. I
Madam
cannot hear.
Chair, you've gone silent somehow. We lost
Yeah,
you.
I cannot hear anything.
can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, now it's good.
Okay. Andrew, who asked if this was a single family house? Or who said it was?
No, sorry, I meant single unit. It's a detached home with 2 total units. So the first floor is its own unit, and then the second and third floor are the other unit. So the Mr. Yang is 42, the bottom, and then 44 is the top, or is it the opposite?
Opposite.
Okay, gotcha. So 44 is the bottom, 42 is the top. So top unit address.
But for me, it's a two-family house. The first
Yes,
floor
2-family, it's correct.
is occupied by a separate person.
Yep.
And you are the owner of the house, Mr. Yang,
Yes,
and you're taking care of the second floor and the attic.
yes.
Thank you. Okay. Catherine, I'm with you on what you're saying. Ann, we've got your comments. Ann Fullerton, yours. Andrew and Emily are going to work with inspectional services with Hans and get this all ironed out. And I am going to go to the public tonight because we might.
Madam Chair, I'm sorry to interrupt. Your sound has cut out again. No, we can't hear you.
Can you hear me,
Oh, now we can.
Mr. Yang?
Can I say one more thing? I think there's one you may, there's one thing you may, there's quite a few concerns raised. You're gonna have 20 people, 15 people, 16 people. Number one, that won't happen in my case. I live here. I'm a human too. All right, why we should do that?
You've cut out on us. We can't hear you.
Okay.
I don't know what's wrong with your unit there. Yes, Ms. Garavaglia.
Can you hear? Anyone can
Catherine.
hear me?
Yes. So Mr. Yang, so
We
I
can't
don't,
hear you.
can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear clearly.
Yes.
Okay, so Mr. Yang, I just want to make sure you're understanding that our questions don't very much have to do with you personally or individually. Like, people move and whatever designation we give to this house is going to remain. So we just want to make sure we do our diligence work and fully understand what we're approving. Because you may choose
Thank you.
to move somewhere warmer.
Emily Hutchins. So as we go forward, if we want to have this, I think Andrew said it does go on forever. Is that what you said, Andrew? If this is approved tonight?
Correct, in perpetuity.
So to clarify, a special
Can we
permit
condition it
typically
not?
runs with the property. And so
I
one of
see.
the things we can follow up on is whether that could be limited to this owner.
Correct.
Okay, so find that out too. Okay, all right, we're gonna go to, yes, Ann Brockelman.
I'm sorry,
Hello.
can you hear me? I'm sorry, I didn't get this before,
Yes.
but you own the whole building, but you're on the second floor and attic? We're talking about not the entire building, but just the top 2 floors?
Yes,
So the bottom floor is a separate
Yes, it's separate, independent.
owner. So 2
No,
family,
it's a one owner, it's me.
you own both, okay.
Yes, I own both.
So the plans, again, not that it matters technically, but the plans, the second floor and attic floor that are submitted, you'll be the principal, I mean, it'll be your primary residence as well, or you're on the first floor in which we haven't seen the plans?
he's not on the first floor. He's gonna live
No,
on the
yeah,
second floor.
Okay, so you have a
yes, yes.
tenant
Second floor.
Yes, he has a tenant.
separate from
Yes.
this,
I live with the tenant together.
and this designation is gonna apply to both
No,
entire building or just the top?
just the top floor. Just
Because
that one number. So we should change that.
Not
That's what
42 then. It's
Right.
just 42, not 42, 44.
Andrew?
So, yeah, right now, the reason that the project is under both addresses is because we don't have 42 in our GIS system. It's just 44. So he will have to work out the addressing with engineering to get that established. And Mr. Yang, I'm not sure if you've done that already, but again, this was more for noticing requirements. We wanted to make sure that the proper address was noticed in our system, that's why we included the full 42 to 44, because in GIS, there's only 44. Not
Again,
42.
but the designation, the use designation will go to only what's the plans that are submitted?
Yeah, it'll be attached to the unit where he is intending to rent to 4 or more unrelated individuals.
Okay, which is the upper unit. Again, not the first floor unit. That's not in
No,
our
no.
purview. Thank you.
no. Yeah.
Good. Okay, so at this time, I'd like to open this up to the public. Emily, if you could take care of that for us and with the timer and get their hands all flying there.
You lost your audio, Emily.
I apologize, I was on mute. I'm going to share my screen. Can you see the clock?
Yes.
All righty, and now I do see a number of hands up, and a reminder that the comments at this time are for 42 to 44 Hamilton. So the first person I see with his hand up is Mr. Aaron Weaver. So Mr. Weaver, I am going to unmute you. You should be able to speak.
I would just like to speak first, please. Mr. Weaver, give me a moment. For everybody that's going to be speaking right now, we're talking about 42 to 44 Hamilton Road. You get 2 minutes, and we do have the notes from the neighborhood meeting, so try and be as precise as you can. And you may go forward. Go ahead. We are going to come back on this case in 2 weeks. We're going to allow maybe like 20 minutes to get some comments in from you folks. So we need to get some other information to make you happy. So Mr. Weaver, you're first. Please go ahead.
Please note your
Thank you.
name and address for the record.
My name is Aaron Weber, and I live at 32 Summit Avenue in Prospect Hill. I live in the neighborhood with a bunch of houses that have more than 4 unrelated people in them. Some of them are licensed, some of them are not. All of them are great neighbors. This is a rule that is honored in Somerville, mostly in the breach, and it speaks very highly of the applicant that he would apply formally for this. Most people would just go ahead and rent it out. In addition, this is a rule that City Council is seriously planning to revoke early next year. It requires rewriting some of the zoning code, and they'll have to do that. But this is frankly an obsolete rule. The city doesn't officially refuses to define what a family is. there is no reason to oppose this whatsoever. And we are in a housing crisis. We need housing options. We need affordable housing options like shared houses. And all of the concerns that I've seen would not at all apply to a family of 8. Why should they not apply to 8 roommates? Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. And thank you, Mr. Yang, for doing this the hard way.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weaver. Next, please.
Sorry, the next person who has their hand up is, I see, is Crystal H. So, Crystal H, if I can get my mouse to work. I unmuted you. Please state your
Hello.
name and address for the record.
Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Crystal Huff. I'm in Spring Hill. I would also like to express support for this poor applicant who has been run through the gamut in terms of this process. I also have many neighbors who have lots of people unrelated, or I mean, frankly, we also have lots of large families in units in ways that, you know, we're trying to squeeze a lot of people into a small amount of space in Somerville. I don't think that we should put this applicant through more complicated processes than other people are going through for their housing. We need more housing, and I don't think the solution is to run roughshod on trying to follow the rules. I would like to see support for more group housing in Somerville. It's too expensive to have a single family home. I think that we need more housing that's co-op style or co-housing, and I hope that we do see the city council revising the zoning codes related to that. In the meantime, I think that this application should be approved because he's trying to do the right thing, and I think he's demonstrated a lot of goodwill.
Thank you very much. Next, please.
Next, I see Cynthia Graber. So Ms. Graber, I have just unmuted you, so you should be able to unmute yourself and speak.
Great. My name is Cynthia Graber. I live at 57 Troll Street. And and I agree with the 2 speakers before. He is clearly doing this above board. I have lived with multiple roommates in the past when I was in my 20s in the Camberville area, and that is both common and necessary. And when we have rooms available and people who are working hard to do this above board and to make them livable, I think that we should support them, and I think we should approve this project.
Thank you very much.
The next person I see is Richard Nilsson. Mr. Nilsson, I have unmuted you, so you should be able to unmute yourself and begin to speak.
Yeah, hi, can you hear me okay?
Sure can.
Oh, okay, great. So good evening. Thanks everyone for coming. My name is Richard Nilsson. I live and I own a 2-family home at 51 Russell Road, so I'm a fairly close neighbor. Incidentally, I did not receive any notice of a neighborhood meeting, but we'll leave that for now. I've reviewed this special permit application, and it looks to me exactly like an application to create a for-profit dormitory. Now, the property is listed on the assessor's website, the database, as a 2-family home, so there's a whole bunch of questions there. But I don't want to go there for the moment. Now, I happen to be a registered professional architect, and I have been successful getting group living designations in neighborhoods like this, but for special use cases. Now, I've been working, I've lived here since '94, and I've been in the neighborhood experiencing, you know, the town-gown relationship issues for good and for better and for worse for a long time, since '94. for special use cases, for persons of special needs, or in the case of inclusionary or affordable housing, non-market rate housing, the group home designation, group living designation could work. But to make an exception for a for-profit dormitory is a very difficult one, and I don't support it. It doesn't improve the case of housing. So in our current reality, tough students will rent these rooms. And the city services that are stressed by the high density are not supported, except because Tufts doesn't pay for those things. Now, the normal people, the regular people that we want to have housing for, the families and the workers, the people who supply our city services, our teachers and first responders, those people cannot afford to compete with $1 billion university or other $1 billion universities. So the precedent that we would set here to approve a special permit for a for-profit dormitory would not be in support of the cause of affordable housing. So if the proponent were seeking to create a unit of affordable or inclusionary housing, if the proponent were seeking the designation for special needs, then I would say that would be something that we should go to a lot of trouble for. But I don't think we should go to the trouble.
Mr. Nelson, I have to stop you. I'm
All right.
sorry. If you'd like, listen, if you'd like to put your words in an email and finish up your message, please do so and send it to us.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Who's next on the agenda?
Next, I see Seth Hurwitz has raised his hand. Mr. Hurwitz, I've unmuted you, so if you unmute yourself, then you should be able to speak.
Good evening, and thank you for taking the time to discuss this agenda item. I know there are a variety of other items tonight that folks want to speak about, so I'll try to be brief. So for this particular special permit request, what the applicant is asking for is that 4 unrelated adults be permitted to live in a building. That is precisely the nature of the request. It is not about hypothesizing if there are going to be 25 or 50 people in a given unit. That's a matter for ISD to look at if there are concerns. Ms. Hutchings, I think you're producing feedback on your end. If your audio is on, if your mic is on, it's going to produce feedback as I speak.
I'm sorry.
This is not a man who's trying to make a killing on rent. He's trying to provide a home for himself, for his son, and some other students, and he's trying to do this above board. And I'm just kind of astonished by how many hypothetical questions that are unrelated to the actual requirements for this special permit are being thrown at this poor gentleman. All these shady, mysterious figures who live here and drain all the resources of our city, who ostensibly are not going to be upstanding citizens, such as first responders or other folks, as the previous speaker alluded to. I think it's extremely offensive. We're in a housing crisis. This man has a home that he would like to let people live in. Frankly, I'm offended by how much time has been spent poring over the size of the windows and that nature. That is not what this request is for. That's not what you would be asking if there was a family of 7 or 8 people who are all related living in one unit. But because these people are unrelated, now we get to hypothesize about those specific variables. That's not what the special permit request is for. And as mentioned previously, the city council is seriously considering getting rid of it. So I think at this point, it's unfair to push this further down the road, and I request that you please consider pushing forward this request and granting it to Mr. Yang. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please, Emily.
Yes, Madam Chair, I believe I see one additional hand up. Let me see. I apologize if I can find, I'll find it again. Derek Rice. And Mr. Rice, you should be able to speak now.
Can you hear me well?
Clock, please, Emily.
Great, thank you. My name is Derek Rice. I live on Craigie Street in Ward 3. I was not planning to speak on this item, but I feel compelled based on comments from a previous neighbor. I would like to believe, a very productive, engaged member of this great community that we call Somerville. I try to do my best to contribute to our neighborhoods, to support all walks of people who live here. And for the first 4 years that I lived in Somerville, I was a tough student. I had to find housing that I could afford, and that housing was invariably 5, 6 bedroom homes that were probably not legal. I also wish that Tufts paid its due. I wish they paid their pilot. I wish they provided on-campus housing for all their students. But to drag Tufts students, these young residents of our community, through the mud is a deeply personal attack that I need to respond to. So, I will take the last few moments to just say what other people have already said. Like, this seems very outdated. Somerville used to be, as densely populated as Somerville is, it used to be much, much more densely populated. And that was okay. And I don't understand why we are scrutinizing someone trying to create more housing. And density is affordability. This is a special case. We are all in a special case situation where we need to create every home we can when we can do so safely. The safety of the home is the purview of ISD. Please approve this grant. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rice. Anybody else there, Ms. Hutchings?
Yes, Madam Chair. Give me just one moment. Next person who has their hand up that I see is Maureen Oakes. Ms. Oakes, I have unmuted you, so if you press the unmute button, you should be able to speak.
Hi, thanks. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Thanks. I appreciate all of your time. Just wanted to say I live on Hamilton Road, 2 doors down from the applicant, and I appreciate this applicant is trying to follow the rules, and as previous speakers have said, that there is a real need for affordable housing. This is a real need. I do also share some of Rick Nilsson's concerns that this could end up looking more like a dormitory than a family. That is, several of the previous speakers have outlined how would this look if it were 8 or 10 family members, and I do think that is different than 8 or 10 unrelated people. So I just wanted to say I'm glad to hear about the follow-up questions that the group has outlined. I share the concern about the perpetuity of this request, and that I wanted to clarify that that's, this is not a discussion of the applicant's intention, but something that we would be doing long-term for the neighborhood that would be different, that would stay regardless of this particular owner's good intentions. And just also to second that I also did not get a notice of tonight's meeting. I did participate in the previous public discussion, which I did get an invitation about, and I hope there will be a broader invitation to the next session because I think other folks on this particular street in this neighborhood may have opinions that were not shared because they didn't know that this was happening this evening, and I would love for there to be a broader discussion once all of the follow-up questions have been answered. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Emily?
Madam Chair, I believe there's one additional person. Tori Antonino. Ms. Antonino, I am unmuting you, so you should be able to speak. Ms. Antonino, you will still need to mute yourself.
Hello.
It appears she has gone offline.
Okay, so
there we go. I apologize.
Hi. Hi, I'm sorry. My internet connection is a little wonky. So I just want to, this case is just bringing up some very interesting things. I just wanted to comment. I do support Mr. Yang and, you know, having this, granting this waiver. I doubt many landlords do this, and it's sort of laudable that he is coming forward and asking. I do want to point out that, you know, Somerville used to be, I mean, is one of the most densely populated cities, and used to be even more densely populated cities. And that density was because of families and because of children. And these houses held families and children. And I do support unrelated people living together. I live with 3 roommates and love them dearly. But I just want to point out that this is also an issue of a billion-dollar company, which is Tufts University, not providing enough housing for students. If they did provide more housing for students, these types of houses hopefully would then be open up to families and become more, and allow families to live here, be here, go to school, stay here. So whereas I do support Mr. Yang, I just want to bring up Tufts is not stepping up to the plate, and we need them to, because we need to keep families here. So thank you very much, and I support Mr. Yang.
Thank
Ms.
you.
Antonino, I'm sorry to interrupt. Would you mind stating your address for the record, please?
I live on 65 Boston Street in Somerville.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else, Ms. Hutchins?
Madam Chair, I do not see anyone's hand raised who has not already spoken.
All right, so I
Oh,
have
wait,
something.
no, I do. I'm sorry. I apologize. There have been 2 new hands. 1 new hand has been raised.
Okay.
And Mr. John Blake. Mr. Blake, I've unmuted you, so you can then press the unmute button and speak at your will.
Yeah, hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, how are you? So I live at 26 Hamilton Road with my wife and 2 kids. We live on the top 2 floors, and our bottom apartment is rented out to a husband and wife and their child as well. And I suppose I have a couple of concerns about this. It's like, how much is ever enough? How much money do you need to make out these houses? Why is it not enough to rent it out to one group of students and another group of students like everyone else does? You know, and it's just like, families try to live here, people who work try to live here, and it's just that people try to squeeze every little dollar they can out of it. It's like, I just don't understand, like, and you know, what difference does it make if he allows 8 people to live upstairs, or if he rents one apartment out to 4 students and one apartment out to 2 students? And going forward, I'd be nervous, like a group living. So he's saying it's for students now. What's to stop it being a halfway house in 2 years? You know, like, I just don't know. Like, is it a very broad statement that it's a rooming house, but it can be used for a lot of different scenarios? And that's just, and also, if 8 people live there and 8 people need cars, there's no parking at the moment for anyone living here. So how could, you know, personally, I'd say living on the street with my kids, I don't think it's a good idea. And I don't think it's not like it's doing it for the greater good. It's doing it to put more money in someone's pocket.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for, Emily, is there anybody else?
Yeah, Mr.
One more.
John,
We're gonna do one more tonight.
Mr. John Grinnell, one moment. I'm going to mute. Oh, there we go. All right, Mr. Grinnell, you should be able to unmute and speak.
Hi, my name is John Grenell. I live at 31A North Street. I just want to say I fully support Mr. Feng's petition before this board. We need more housing for people. And I disagree with my neighbors that are opposing this with these fake concerns. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, so if there's anybody else out there, we're going to come back next meeting on January the 4th, I believe it is. Yes. And so if you have some comments you want to make, please send them in, send us some emails. But I do want to say one thing. I hope that staff has all the information that we were looking for tonight. And I want to say something to people listening and some of the comments. When some of you are insulted, some of you are offended, I'm sorry if you feel that way, because that's not our intent. I said at the beginning of this that I also commend Mr. Yang for wanting to do the right thing. But as your zoning board of appeals, we want to do the right thing by everybody. So we might, like I said to him, we might have a couple of questions and everybody's getting a little twisted and hot under the collar. To question is not to blame. We just want to iron out a couple of these little questions for if this keeps going forward and more people like the idea and want to try and do it with their big homes with lots of rooms, they will do it and we'll have it down to a science and it'll be like second guessing, no problem. But to come tonight, we had some legitimate questions to go forward with. And there are people that are coming forward that don't like it. And there are people that went to your neighborhood meeting that had some concerns. So I'm sorry, I'm sorry if we've offended anybody, but we're here for you too. We've done a lot of things, and I know some of these names that came up tonight, they're familiar to me because you're always concerned citizens and you take care of your neighborhoods, and that's to be commended. But don't get like hot under the collar and insulted by us trying to do our jobs. We're doing our due diligence. So I ask your, Mr. Yang, your patience just till the next meeting so we can iron these all out. And if everything goes well, it goes well. You know, like we said, we know people do this. It's the wrong thing. But just because so many do it doesn't make it right. And you're doing the right thing, and I hope we end up doing the right thing for you. So that's my 2 cents to people listening in the audience. I'm sorry. And Mr. Graminsky and Ms. Hutchings, they're going to go back. They're going to check with the inspectional services folks and get some real hard, true answers for us that we can all be professional at the next meeting. Is there anybody else want to say anything on the board before we adjourn till the next meeting? Catherine, do you have your hand up?
I did, but simply as like an order question of, did we need a vote to continue?
Yes, we do. Well, what happens is the applicant, we're going to advise him that he should ask for a continuance so we can get this information. Because right now, I don't think anybody, so many of us on the board, it wouldn't be a yes vote. You know what I'm saying? We have questions. I can't answer. If I don't have the answers, I can't approve something. So I don't know how, maybe Emily is more refined in how she can talk to Mr. Yang about asking for a continuance, or Andrew Graminsky, so that we can come back on the 4th for him.
Yes, Madam Chair, Emily Hutchings, Planning and Zoning staff. The chair can simply continue the application. You can review the decision with Mr. Yang, but it is something that the board can do without any request.
Oh, okay. I didn't realize that. I thought we had to have a little meeting of the minds here with Mr. Yang, that he was okay to wait a couple of weeks while we get the information. Mr. Yang, is it okay with you to come back on the 4th?
Yes, of course.
Is that okay?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And I apologize. I hope we didn't offend you. That was never our intent, but we want to do this right and get it right for you too. What do you have to say?
Yeah, because I just realized a lot of concern because of the regulation. The regulatory ordinance is not quite clear. For instance, they only say more than 4. So if you have, like in my case, if you just say, well, we only allow 6 people, they were just 6 people. That makes things much easier. It's only one very vague description. In terms of the bedroom and the definition, in fact, that one I actually I also interacted with consulting with quite a few people in this area, and there's not a clear on what is called bedroom. That's my understanding, because I could be wrong from from interacting with board members here. But it seems like it's as long as make this ordinance more clear, like we can easily follow, like accessibles. As long as if you have this, you're gonna do this accessibles, then we do it. We just follow. Right now, it's just not quite clear. But there's one thing I want to say in the final. My intention is not for profit, for money. Of course, it's gonna be profit a little bit, but it's not. We have extra numbers, we have extra rooms, and my son's student, honestly, it's too expensive, and I think we can easily get some students to get in, and much cheaper for student. For me, I can also get interact with the students, and I learn how the current college student works. So I can learn from this. I think it's mutually benefit. I think it's a good idea in my perspective. So that's what I guarantee. I wanted all of those bad things happening, because I'm living there myself. Even there, I consider myself is still high standard as well.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you for your
Thank you.
patience. So, Madam Clerk, could we have a motion then?
Yes, Madam Chair. I would like to make a motion to continue P&Z 22-111, 42-44 Hamilton Road to our next meeting, which is January 4th, 2023.
Thank you. Seconded by Ann Brockelman. All in favor, as I call your name, please say aye. Ann Fullerton.
Aye.
Catherine Garavaglia.
Aye.
Ann Brockelman.
Aye.
Cecilia Daglian.
Aye.
And Susan Fontano, aye. Let the record show it's a unanimous 5 members voting in the affirmative. We'll see you, Mr. Yang, on January the 4th, 2023.
Chair Fontano.
Andrew, yes?
Chair Fontano.
Yes,
Do you
sir.
want to keep the public comment period open for written
Yes, I did.
testimony?
Yes, I
You
did.
did.
I didn't close
Okay,
it.
I didn't. Thank you.
But I also invited them to send their correspondence.
Did you make a deadline for that?
Well, what's the deadline? You folks tell me. It's supposed to be so many days before the meeting, right? Well, what's the cutoff time, Emily? 2 days, 3 days?
Madam Chair, the ZBA typically receives written public comment up to 24 hours before the meeting. So that would be 6 p.m. on January the 3rd, 2023.
Great, thank you. And thank you, Andrew, for that. And everybody listening, if you can't make the meeting, we understand, send us your email. Thank you, folks. So in the matter of 4244, we're done with that for tonight, and we're moving on to the next case. 231 Morrison Ave, new case. Clerk will open it, and Brian Cook, the alternate, you'll be on this one tonight. I'm
Madam
sorry,
Chair,
Emily.
I'd just like to interrupt real quick for everyone who is waiting for 299 Broadway to give a status update of where we are in the agenda, if that's all right with you, Madam Chair.
Absolutely.
So we've just finished our third case, and so we have 231 Morrison Avenue, which is a hardship variance request. We have 74 Derby Street, which is another hardship variance request, and then it is 299 Broadway. So we're getting much closer.
Thank you. Madam Clerk.
Yes, Madam Chair, I'd like to open 231 Morrison Avenue, P&Z 22-143. The applicant is seeking relief from the maximum height requirement for a pergola accessory structure in the neighborhood residence district, which requires a hardship variance.
Thank you. I want to make a correction. This case, the last case you had was Brian, yes? Mr. Cook, you were on the last case.
I'm sorry?
You were on the last case.
Yeah.
No, Cecilia was?
Continuing?
Yes.
Cecilia was?
Yes,
Yes.
Madam Chair, Cecilia was on our last case, so it's Brian for this one.
All right, thank you. Brian's next. Go ahead. Okay, you all set, Catherine? All done? So here we go. Where is the applicant?
Madam Chair, I have made David Fang a presenter. I believe he's here for the applicant.
Mr. Fang, good evening. Mr. Fang?
Mr. Fang, you will still need to unmute. You're self-muted right now. You can see your
Mr.
screen.
Fang, next to your name, there's a mic symbol, and if you press it, you will be able to unmute yourself. Oh, you're unmuted. You should be able to speak.
Can you hear me?
Hello.
Yes.
Hi. I cannot see myself, so I assume you all can see me.
This is true, but that's okay. As long as we can hear
Okay.
you loud and clear, that will work. So
Okay.
would you identify yourself, who you are, and
Yes.
what you are to this case?
Yeah. My name is David Fang. I'm the property owner at 231 Morrison Avenue. And first of all, I'd like to thank you all for allowing me to have this opportunity to present my case. And also, I'd like to thank quite a few persons at the city, at the planning department, Victoria G. and Dina Brown. They painstakingly helping me to go through all the paperwork. It's really appreciated. And also, I'd like to specifically to thank Andrew Greminski to truly guide me step by step, because I think, you can see me on the screen. I'm 74 years old, retiree, so the computer is quite a challenge for me, but I try my best, and I thank everybody at the city encourage me if I can use Zoom to talk to my relatives and grandchildren. I shouldn't have problem to use go-to meetings. Thank you all to allow me this opportunity to use the high tech.
Thank you so much. And I'm sure the folks that have been working with you appreciate your gratuity. So what can we do for you tonight?
Okay, basically this whole case started in this past summer because I have an old house. I think everybody knows old house, probably every 10 years you do need to have a whole house be repainted. So I hired a painting company to help me, and they started from the west side, that's the north side, and gradually approached to the south side in the front. And when we reached to the front side, the painter notified me the old existing cantilever bracket for my old wisteria, Japanese wisteria, is to the point cannot be reused. So I took the advice. I decided, because through the 3 years COVID, everybody stayed at home and we didn't have chance to go to other countries. So we saved a little bit. So I said, look at all the old history of this wisteria, because it's probably 80 years old. And last couple of days at home, I tried my best to put all the good pictures I had submitted to the city out and printed at home. I made 3 presentation boards. So if I may, please allow me to use these 3 boards to guide you all through.
Yes,
this
please.
First board started from the upper left. That's a copy from Somerville City's zoning map. And my house is right at Davis Square and it's in zone 5. And it's right on Morrison Avenue next to the old white church. And on the top row, the center one that shows my property lines and that indicates my front of the property is south facing. And the little red arrow that indicates exactly the location of the Japanese wisteria and the new pergola constructed over there. And then toward the upper right, that's the new pergola for this old Japanese wisteria. I designed it based on, I have browsing through quite a few catalogs, and also based on last 30 years, my experience observing all the Japanese wisteria, what's the proper height, everything. And the middle row on the far left, that shows from the corner of College Avenue and Morrison Ave looking onto my property. And the second row, the center plan that indicates the red little arrow, that's exactly the Japanese wisteria pergola located. And on the left side, you see that blue arrow. That's the first picture I show you from the corner of the street to look at my site. And you can see the pergola is right at the front of my house. And then on the second row, the far right, this is from 3 houses down the road on Morrison Ave with this little blue arrow looking at this pergola, because the direct abutter of my property, it's a big parking lot, and then the house next to it, it's a 2 families live there, and then this is further out from the sidewalk looking at my property. And this picture, I just like to use it to show with little flower. We always like to say the urban fabric, the urban tissue. I think in the urban setting, Somerville, right at Davis Square, if we could have more flowers, that really going to help Somerville, all the residents, all the children, everybody, to truly feel Somerville is a decent city, decent neighborhood. And the lower row on the far left, this is exactly the Somerville zoning map. And you can see my property is right at Davis Square within number 5 area. And the lower row, the center picture, that's a picture taken directly across from Morrison Ave from the Baptist Church parking lot looking at my property, the front. And then on the lower right, this is on the other side of the Morrison Ave, further down looking at my house. So in general, this picture just to show this is probably purely for the old Japanese pergola to have a decent longevity opportunity, because the whole story about this old Japanese wisteria is back in 2017, right after my retirement, probably 2 years, one early morning, there was a big boom, my whole house vibrated. I thought there's something, big explosion outside, and I went outside. I didn't see any smoke. And then when I turned around, coming back to get indoors, and I saw a big tree lying in between my house and the Baptist church. So unfortunately, the backside, the abutter on the College Avenue, an old deceased maple tree. It's about 60 to 80 feet tall. The whole branch just fell in between the two houses, but unfortunately, the top of the branches go through my roof and damage my wraparound front porch, and also, unfortunately, broken the old Japanese wisteria main trunk. So I hired the special company to help me to look at this old Japanese maple, the Japanese wisteria. Is there any way to bring this back to alive? And their suggestion is because the wisteria, the roots is so close to the house, there's no way to remove the entire root. So if I get guidance, I can have more fertilizer to help, maybe it will regrow. So that's what I did. And luckily, over the years, it came back. And so I truly had the opportunity to rehelp this whole setting. And then because this is the south facing, I would like to use the opportunity to read a little section of research I have done. So mainly the wisteria is a genus of flowering plants in the Legume family. This is similar to a pea or bean family. They have seeds in pod, distinctive flowers, and typically root nodules. That's a group cell at the roots, and they contain symbiotic bacteria able to fix nitrogen. So with the wisteria coming back again, it's going to help the front soil to grow more healthier. And the Japanese wisteria, the flower grows vigorously, and then the vines, they twine in a clockwise pattern. This species has many cultivars with vines that bloom longer and produce racemes made up of fragrant violet flowers starting in late spring or early summer. Wisteria does best with plenty of full sunlight and loose soil with good drainage. Japanese wisteria is described as more graceful than other varieties, but it also requires more care and attention when it comes to pruning and training. This plant blooms well in full sun. These flower clusters are called racemes, and their length varies depends on the plant and growing condition. Certain climate zones or weather patterns may impact the length of the flower cluster, and typically the racemes will get longer over time as the plant matures. For that reason, wisteria, the Japanese wisteria, is often a popular choice for covering a pergola, as it has the longest raceme of all the wisteria species. The flower cluster can grow to as long as 36 inches. Now I like to use the second board as an example. The second board basically illustrates the nature character of Japanese wisteria. The top row, you can see on the upper left, that's really a very long string of flowers. And then the center one shows the existing wisteria pergola for Japanese wisteria, you need the height because the whole thing just dropping, all the flowers coming down. And the pictures you see here, actually, they are existing Japanese wisteria pergolas at New York City, the Central Park, and also one picture is from Japanese garden in Japan. And then at the lower row, that was probably 30 years ago, Boston Globe published a special article talking about 15 private gardens in Boston, metropolitan Boston region. And I took the opportunity to visit quite a few of them. And whenever they have the wisteria, they also have a decent pergola for healthy growth. So this picture truly helped me to understand Japanese wisteria more. And then also the wisteria in front of my house, the more than last 30 years, through observation, we learned a lot. So the third board, I'm going to use some of the old pictures. On the top left, you can see this was my house 30 years ago. And on the back, that tall maple tree, that's the one, 2017, came down straight in between my house and the old church on the abutter side. And then the center picture also shows the challenging issue I had encountered last 30 years, because the existing wisteria every year in May, when that's the booming time, we have to spend time to do pruning to get proper height for our access in and out. But just because of this old wisteria, Japanese wisteria, we truly appreciate the flower, the smell in the spring, and then the color, and also the whole natural feeling of this old plants that really give us a lot of meaning of respect to our mother nature. And quite often we have people knock on the door, the photographer or the painter, they ask us permission because they truly want to record something as memory. And for this last picture on the lower right, I like to indicate the cantilever bracket here. You can see it was mounted at exactly the same height, 10'4". Unfortunately, because the bracket is limited.
Hello, excuse me, we can't hear you with somebody else speaking.
Madam Chair, I don't think that's our presenter. I think someone else is unmuted.
I know, but somebody else was talking behind him. Now I think he realizes that we can't hear.
Yeah, it's not from my side. I didn't have anything.
There's nobody there with you speaking?
Can you
Okay,
hear
so
me?
we understand. I have a quick question.
Sure.
When it blooms in the spring, how long do the blossoms last?
Excuse me?
When it blooms in the spring, you said.
Yes.
How long do the flowers stay?
It depends on it. It won't grow all at the same time. So the majority you can see on this picture. This was
Right.
probably the second week in June. I mean in May, and it will last for probably at least for 3 weeks, and then
Okay.
yeah, the leaves start growing. So they have the flower first, and then they grow leaves.
And then it's all green.
Yes.
After the flower goes away, it's all replaced by leaves and it's all green through the summer.
But occasionally you still can find some flowers. They are,
Mhm.
not. I don't know why it's not everybody blooming at the same time. So
And what about,
sometimes
and what
the
happens in
price.
the winter? What happens in the winter? Does it get all
Winter
branchy like?
time, all the leaves will be gone, and then you just see, the vines there. There's no leaves. Yeah.
Okay, all right, thank you so much. They're beautiful, beautiful pictures.
Thank you.
Okay, so unless somebody has questions, I'd like to see if there's anybody from the public here that had something to say. Emily, could you help us with that?
Yes, Madam Chair, I am looking for people who have their hands up. I will remind you that this is 231 Morrison Avenue. And if you have your hand up, even if it's for another proposal, we are required to call on you. So if you would like to raise your hand for a different application, please lower it right now. All right, that being said, I'm looking through names. I see a Mr. Seth Hurwitz who has his hand up. Just one moment. All right, I have unmuted Mr. Hurwitz, and I am going to share my screen. Can you see my screen with the timer?
Yes, I can.
Excellent. All right, Mr. Hurwitz, you are ready, able to speak if you would like to speak.
Wonderful. Thanks for letting me speak again. I just wanted to say that was a wonderful presentation on Japanese wisteria. I just want to ask, would you mind muting your microphone to the facilitator? Thank you. Just getting a little bit of an echo there. The photos were beautiful, and the pergola design also looks lovely. And it's unfortunate that there was the accident with the tree falling and damaging things in the first place. But love the proposal. I'd be curious to know if the applicant might consider using a cultivar that would be less risky to use for the sake of other native plants in the area. Some cultivars of some vines have a tendency to grow pretty rapidly and overtake other yards, or might not provide seeds or fruit that would be suitable for local wildlife. So I guess what I'm wondering is, does the applicant know anything about how invasive the species is? Or is there any kind of possibility that there are other cultivars of wisteria, other vines that might be worthwhile to consider, perhaps using native honeysuckle, or perhaps, oh gosh, you know what? I forgot the name of the other vines I was thinking of, but in any case, that was a wonderful presentation. I really enjoyed it. And I'd love to talk further about vines in general with the applicant, because he sounds very knowledgeable about vines and pergola design, and it's really all around wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you,
Mr.
Mr.
Hurwitz,
Hurwitz.
would you mind just stating your address for the record again?
Yes, my apologies. 12 Maple Avenue.
Thank you very much.
I have something to say before you bring up the next speaker. We're not talking about the vine. The vine's been there over 30 years, am I right? Did I
Yes,
misunderstand?
it's a existing old Japanese maple.
Right. What
I
we're
mean,
talking about
Japanese wisteria.
is the structure. So
Yes.
it's not the vine, it's been there for 30 years and it hasn't bothered anything else. I just want to make sure I understood that. Okay, so we could have the next speaker, please.
Yes, Madam Chair, just one moment. I'm finishing scrolling through. The only other name I see right now is Tori Antonino. Ms. Antonino, I have unmuted you, so you should be able to unmute yourself and please state your name and your address for the record.
Good evening. Ms. Antonino.
Ms. Antonino, you will need to unmute yourself as well on your end.
Hi, sorry, Tori Antonino, 65 Boston Street. I know this issue is about the pergola and I support getting this variance to have a taller pergola. But since the applicant did bring up the vine, I just have to say this is an incredibly invasive vine. There is no way that this will ever die, even if a tree falls on it. Again, I support the pergola, but this is just a PSA for those who are listening, because there are a lot of people on this call because of 299 Broadway. Please, if you're gonna plant a vine, we have a native wisteria, Wisteria frutescens, we have coral honeysuckle, we have a trumpet vine, we have a native clematis, we have all the vines. So I support this applicant, but let this not be, let this not inspire people to plant a very invasive Japanese or Chinese wisteria, however beautiful it is. That's all I wanted to say, and please grant this applicant his request.
Thank you very much.
Madam Chair, I do not see any new hands that have been raised.
Okay, so at this time, we'd like to close the public portion of 231 Morrison Ave, P and Z 22-143. Open it up to the board for their questions or comments, and let me know when you're ready to vote pro or con. Yes, Catherine Caravaglia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Excuse me. Before I start diving into the elements of a hardship variance, I just wanted to put out there, my very first apartment in Somerville was 1 block away from this house. And I love driving home in the summer and seeing this vine. It has been there for 30 years, even though I have not been in Somerville for 30 years, and it is gorgeous. And I think it's kind of one of those elements that we'd like to keep in Somerville. We have a dedicated homeowner who has really put so much effort into maintaining this beautiful plant and their home. And I think it really sticks out in a gorgeous way. For hardship variance considerations, we have to consider things like special circumstances for the property. Here we have soil conditions that'll grow this vine. And because this is such a distinctive feature in the neighborhood, I do think it's unusual and goes to the character. And I don't see how literal enforcement of the provision could cause any negative effects on the area. If anything, he's created a structure that's more safe to create more stability given the size and scope of the plant here. I think desirable relief would not cause any substantial detriment. If anything, not helping him keep this plant would be a detriment to the neighborhood.
Thank you, Ms. Garavaglia. Yes, Mr. Cook.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is actually a question for Andrew. Andrew, this is your case as well?
Yes.
That is correct. Yes.
Okay. I was in reading through the zoning ordinance, almost all of the exterior add-on kinds of features that are listed in the ordinance limit them to 8 feet. There's only a couple of exceptions to that, which are 12 feet. Do you know what the logic was behind the 8-foot limitation on most of those accessory structures?
You know, I don't know the specific answer to that question. I do know who I can ask that question. However, I believe that 8 feet was the number that was chosen just based off of other similar accessory structures that were 8 feet in height, and it was for consistency. I'm not sure if something like this was specifically thought, you know, in like in this, for example, this circumstance, this wasn't the sort of thing that was considered. It was more just being consistent with other accessory structures, and 8 was the number that was chosen. But if you would like, I can see if I can track down a better intent behind that.
I was just more curious about whether it was a health and safety kind of issue about height being up to a certain point, then being a danger for, you know, wind damage or something of that sort. But the other the two structures that are have 12-foot limits, I believe one is a garden shed type thing, and I can't remember what the other one is. The only concern one might have is that this is in the front of the property, and so it's much more visible from the street than other accessory structures might be. But it seems to me that there's some looseness to the possibilities about height that would suggest that the 8-foot requirement is more a traditional standard or something of that sort than it is a particular necessity for an accessory structure like this.
Yeah, that may be true. And like I said, I don't know the exact reason why that number was put in place for this type of structure. I wasn't working for the city at the time when the ordinance was written, so I would have to track down that information for you. Sorry, I can't give you a more detailed response.
Okay, thank you.
Ann or Ann have a comment? Ann Brockelman, yes.
For me, 2 feet difference with a pergola structure is not terribly perceivable to the public way. So I don't have any issue with that. It's not like a mast that would be blocking something. So I'm okay with it.
Okay. And Ann Fullerton, you're all set? Okay. So do you folks have any other comments, or are you ready to vote tonight? I'm ready to vote now. Okay, so may I ask the clerk to please make a motion?
Yes, Madam Chair. In the matter of 231 Morrison Avenue, P&Z 22-143, I make a motion to approve the hardship variance in accordance with our conversation earlier.
Second.
Seconded by Ann Brockelman. All in favor, please, in the matter of P&Z 21-143 as I go around. Yes or no? Ann Fullerton?
Aye.
Catherine Garavaglia?
Aye.
Ann Brockelman?
Aye.
Brian Cook?
Aye.
Susan Fontano? Aye. Let the record show it was unanimous in the matter of 231 Morrison Ave. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good
Thank
luck.
you very much.
Okay. Next case is 74 Derby Street. And Cecilia, you're on for this one.
Okay.
And this has to be opened as well, Ms. Garavaglia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to open 74 Derby Street, P&Z 21-193. The applicants are seeking relief from the minimum width requirement for a rear projecting porch in the neighborhood residence district and require a hardship variance.
Thank you. Ms. Hutchings, you have our applicant's mic ready?
Yes, Madam Chair, I have promoted Michael Keenan to be a presenter. So Mr. Keenan, you can now unmute yourself and present and speak before the board.
Can you hear me okay?
Speak up a little bit more, please, sir.
Sure. I'll try.
And your name and what are you to this case? Are you the applicant or are you architect? What are you?
I'm the homeowner.
Great.
My name is Michael Keenan.
Beautiful. And we have all your paperwork here. Do you want to give us a little brief explanation?
Yeah, sure. So yeah, I assume you all have, all the plans, the construction docs and all that sort of thing. And I just put together a couple slides to like illustrate the scenario and my motivation here and what we're looking to do exactly. So hopefully you can see everything okay. So this first picture is just the state of the back deck. So we're looking for the variance on the first floor.
Mr. Keenan? Hi, Mr. Keenan. Nothing showing on our board yet. If you have a problem with that, we do have, our packets. But if you can
Yeah,
get
I'm
it
gonna have to
back
rejoin
up,
the meeting.
easy for you.
I'll be
Mr.
back
Keenan.
in about 10 seconds.
Is that Emily? Maybe you can help him, Emily?
So Mr. Keenan, can you hear me?
Yep. Can you hear me okay?
Yep, so you have been made the presenter, so you should be able to share your screen. If you go to the top right of your screen, there should be a button where you can hit show screen.
Yeah, the issue is the Mac security thing, so I need to rejoin the meeting after I enable this app to allow me to present. So I'll be back in 10 seconds.
Okay, no problem.
Does everybody have their information in case he can't do this? Thank you. I know you usually do, but I just want to double check.
So Mr. Keenan should be back.
Wow.
Mr. Keenan, you are a presenter again, so you should be able to share your camera and your screen.
Okay.
All right, we can see your screen.
Oh, beautiful.
Can you
There we
hear me
go.
okay? Yeah, sorry,
Thank
this is the
you.
first time I've used this GoToMeeting. Yeah, so again, I'll start at the top. My name is Michael. I'm the homeowner along with my wife since 2019, and we're looking for a hardship variance on the first floor deck. And I'll just show you kind of some pictures of the current state of things, and then I'll kind of illustrate exactly what we're trying to do and what the variance we're requesting is for. And I think you all, like I said, have the material, the construction docs and whatnot. So that should supplement this presentation. So this is the rear deck, and this is a picture of the first floor deck. We're looking to do a full rebuild. Just in terms of the motivation, So I think it's kind of well summed up in the home inspection report from 2019. And I'm not going to read the whole thing, but I think it's very clear. The deck condition is sort of beyond sectional repair, is how the safety inspector put it, or the home inspector, and it just basically needs to be rebuilt. These are just some pictures just to show you what I'm dealing with. So these are the stairs. You can see they're very clearly, lopsided on the top left. The bottom right, I've actually had to dig a trench to divert water away from going into my basement because it usually enters right under that deck and then goes down the stairs. There's actually a set of stairs under there, which is, I'll get into that in a second. That goes into a door. So it's a pretty messy situation. The bottom left has the door open, that small door that you saw, and then the picture on the right is the steps going through the door and the water spillage going down into the basement. I think one of the main motivations of the rebuild is that we can, get a solid structure in place, but also a longer term solution for dealing with water that goes into the basement. You can actually see the sunlight peeking through under the stairs. The wood is, or at the top of the stairs, I should say, the wood is totally decayed and falling, allowing water to fall right through.
Okay.
So, really what we're looking to do is to kind of eliminate that red portion of the deck, with the idea being that there's a set of stairs there that we'd like to be able to use in a safe manner, as opposed to having to, kind of crawl through that area. The house is very old. I think it was built in 1910 or so. You can, imagine that possibly it's hard to say exactly what happened, but the deck rebuild over a set of stairs and a normal sized doors, not the most logical way to, construct in general. So I think there was probably some oversight there in the past, and we're really just looking to get things back to, I think, a more logical state. So if we look at the yellow box, there's about 3 feet 1 inches that we'd like to build in terms of going left to right, so from the door to where the red box starts. So it's that width that we're requesting the variance for. The reason we can't go any further than that is then we'd be building the deck back over the set of stairs, which I would argue is not safe to have a deck over a set of stairs, because it requires people to crawl and is a little bit more prone to injury than if you were to have a set of stairs with sufficient head height. I guess I'll stop quickly. Does anyone have any questions on this scenario?
No, I don't. Does anybody on the board? I think the pictures are worth 1,000 words. Okay, all right, you can continue.
Yeah, and I mean, I have my arguments here for each of the variance criteria. I'm happy to go through them, unless we have anything else we want to cover.
Okay. Is there, Ms. Hutchings, can you check and see if there's anybody here from the neighborhood?
Absolutely, Madam Chair. And a reminder that this is time for public comment for 74 Derby Street. If you have comments that are not related to 74 Derby Street, please put your hand down right now. There will be time to speak on other cases on the agenda that we haven't gotten to later. right, I see Seth Hurwitz has his hand up, so I'm unmuting Mr. Hurwitz. I am, Mr. Keenan, I am going to make myself the presenter temporarily so I can provide that timer for the board. Can you see my timer on the screen?
Yes.
All right, Mr. Hurwitz, if you can state your name and address for the board before you begin, that would be fantastic. Thank you.
Mr. Hurwitz?
Mr. Hurwitz, you will need to unmute on your end as well. Not seeing any activity from Mr. Hurwitz. All right, Mr. Hurwitz, we can come back to you. I am going to remute you just as we continue to see if there are any other hands raised. I do see Tori Antonino also has her hand raised, so I'm going to unmute Ms. Antonino. Ms. Antonino, you should be able to unmute.
So sorry. I'm sorry. I just forgot to lower my hand. Thanks.
No problem. All right, I'm going to go back to Mr. Hurwitz one more time. Mr. Hurwitz, if you hit that microphone button, it should be red next to your name. That will unmute you. Oh, no, he's taken his hand down. Oh. Sorry, I thought he had unmuted himself very quickly. All right, Madam Chair, I'm not seeing any hands related to this item.
Okay, thank you so much. We'll close the public portion of 74 Derby Street, P&Z 21-193, and open it up to the board. Anybody have something they want to say? Would you raise your hand so I can acknowledge you? Yes, Cecilia?
Can you, Mr. Keenan, just go over why the hardship for why the second floor has to project so much? I understand what you're doing with the first floor. It makes sense. You're reducing the landing so you can have proper access to the basement.
Yeah, sure. So with regards to the second floor, I mean, I think so. This is, of course, not part of the variance, but this, so basically our understanding with a lot of back and forth with ISD, and I think it was Matt Sarcioni, or I'm probably not saying his last name right, but he used to, maybe he still does work there and was a part of the variance process initially. So this project's been going quite a while. So we had a lot of conversation with him about like where exactly our rear setback is. Initially, I wanted to build the entire deck out further just to have more room. And, you know, we eventually figured out that I'll just get a picture up so it's a little easier. So basically exactly where the stairs end, not the landing of the stairs, but the ending of the stairs is where the rear setback is grandfathered. So on that note, our understanding after these discussions was that we could rebuild up to the rear setback that we've been grandfathered to. So that's why we have the second floor is slightly coming out to that point, you know, just for like a more kind of like livable area on the second floor. Currently, there's enough room for a door to be opened on the second floor, but really nothing more. So, I mean, again, I'll just reiterate that the plans, so we, went back and forth a lot on, how exactly to rebuild this in a way that maintained the rear setbacks. And this current plan is what we've established as being that.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Are you ready to vote? Catherine and Annie, you ready to vote? Yes.
Yes.
Lucia, you ready to vote? Okay. Madam Clerk, would you please make a motion, please?
Madam Chair, I just have a question as to form here, because typically when we're approving a hardship variance, we run through the criteria and then I refer back. And I'm not sure that we've really done that with our discussion today.
No, we didn't, and we have it in our file here. Where is it? And we could cover it. I have it right here.
I have them up as well. So I think the criteria that we really want to try to hit are what the special circumstances are. And I think here we have a structure that I believe the applicant said is somewhere around 100 years old, which is really in keeping with Somerville. And the stair situation with the door locations and the crouching down certainly sounds quite unique. And the literal enforcement of having them to just have this deck an extra, I believe it's 4 inches, 6 inches, sounds like it would cost a lot of money and redoing of the entire plans when it's just a very small amount to really try to keep the character and shape of the house that we're dealing with. So I think desirable relief really could be granted without causing any substantial detriment to public good here. It would keep the project smaller in scope. We're keeping with the same pre-existing legal non-conforming setbacks. So I think those are the criteria that make sense for this project.
Thank you, and thank you for highlighting that. Does anybody want to add to that? No? Okay. And to go with the second floor, I think it's just aesthetically and it's safer if that door can be open without somebody going out there. So I think it just ties in better. Thank you for that. And we have this in our packets, and I'd like to make sure we submit all these materials in with the variance approval after, if we do indeed approve it.
So now I think we might be ready for a motion, if that's okay.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to make a motion to approve the applicant's request for a special, not a special permit.
No.
No, for a hardship variance.
Right.
In accordance with their application and for the reasons we just discussed.
Second.
Thank you. Seconded by Ann Brockelman. All in favor, please say aye. Ann Fullerton.
Aye.
A or nay? I'm sorry. Please say yay or nay. Ann Fullerton.
Yay.
Thank you. Catherine Garavaglia.
Yay.
Ann Brockelman.
Yay.
Susan Fontano, yay. And Cece Daglian.
Yay.
Yay. Thank you. Let the record show Nadarov, P&Z 2119374 Derby Street. We've approved the hardship variance. Good luck, Mr. Keenan. Fix it up.
Thanks. I just had one question quickly.
Sure.
I don't think a contractor is going to do any work. Don't these last like 3 months? The ground's going to be frozen soon, and I was just trying to figure out like how long we had to rebuild before things expired, and I had to, do any sort of like reestablishment of permits or approvals.
Emily?
Madam Chair, I can answer that, and I'd also like to address a point of order with the motion. Was that a motion to approve with the conditions that were recommended in the staff memorandum?
Yes.
Apologies, yes. Do we need to revote, or is that acceptable?
I think just for safety purposes, I would recommend amending the vote.
Sure. Madam Chair, can I remake the motion?
Yes, please, clerk.
All right, Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve the applicant's request for hardship variance in accordance with our conversation regarding the elements and approve it with the conditions of the staff memo.
Second.
Seconded by Ann Brockelman. All in favor, say yay or nay. All those opposed, or say yay or nay, whatever. I'm sorry, I apologize. Ann Fullerton,
Still yay.
Catherine Garavaglia,
Yay.
Ann Brockelman,
Yay.
Susan Fontano, yay. CC Daglian,
Yay.
let the record show that the complete packet that was listed on our website, all the pictures, the photos, the plans, and the documents regarding the special circumstances, literal enforcement, desirable relief, all be connected in the packet for the record. Thank you. Good luck, Mr. Keenan. Catherine, what's wrong? What am I doing?
No, I believe the applicant had a question that Emily was trying to answer, and then she corrected me.
Oh, okay.
Thank you both. Sorry to interrupt again. Mr. Keenan, you do have a number of months, I believe it's either 6 months or a year to apply for your building permit. And so that doesn't mean you have to have shovels in the ground. You just need to make sure you've applied. You can confirm that with the Inspectional Services Department. I see Ms. Fullerton has her hand up. Yes. Or maybe Mr. Grimsby would like to correct me too.
Just as a note, typically, if you apply for the building permit within the window, you don't have to actively do the foundation the next week, for example. You just need to show active work on the job site. So say you have the permit in hand in the next 3 months, but your contractor is delayed, you would have several more months to show progress through demolition and then through your initial excavation. So you have a span of time even after you have the permit in hand.
Could I just also add that a hardship variance remains valid for 1 year from the date the decision is made? Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. That all makes sense. It sounds like we just need to generally show progress and, that this decision lasts a year.
And if you go forward and you have any questions, please don't hesitate to call the staff. They're happy to keep you on the straight and narrow. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, will do.
Okay,
All right.
good. Good luck.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you. I would like us to take a 5-minute a break? And I think we have to have a motion to do so. So for everybody there, in the matter of 299 Broadway, you're up next. We're just going to take just 5 minutes now and everybody come right back. Can we have a motion, please, is it adjourned? Is that what we say? What do we say? Take a break?
5-minute recess.
5-minute recess.
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion for a 5-minute recess.
Sorry.
Brockelman, Ann Fullerton, Catherine Garavaglia,
Aye. Yay.
Ann Brockelman,
Aye.
Susan Fontano, aye, and CC
It's,
Daglian.
yes.
And I don't know where Mr. Cook is, but okay, he'll be back. See you in 5 minutes, folks.
I'm here.
Okay, taking a break, 5 minutes. Okay with you? Aye or nay?
Aye.
Great. Thank you.
All right, I'd recommend just turning off your cameras and microphones, just as I'm having a little bit of trouble finding the recess button. And I don't want to turn anyone away from the meeting.
Is it go time?
Oh, Susan, we can't hear you. Nope, still having trouble hearing you. No, I can't hear anything. Is it just me? Can others hear her?
I can't hear Susan. I'm wondering if you're muted somewhere on your end. No.
Maybe try muting and or muting and then unmuting again. Okay, it looks like you're muted on your end now. Looks like you're unmuted. It's coming across as you're unmuted. Would you like to try perhaps leaving the meeting and coming back in?
There I go. Thank you.
Hey-oh, there you are.
Hello. Thank you. Okay, so can we call the meeting back in order?
Is that a thing I do?
I asked the clerk to make a motion that we're back in session.
Madam Chair, I make a motion to reopen the meeting and put us back in session.
Thank you very much. All in favor, say aye. Ian Fullerton, Ann Brockelman.
Aye.
You hear me? Aye.
Aye.
Ian Brockelman, Susan Fontana, aye. Brian Cook, Catherine Garavaglia,
Aye.
CC Daglin,
Aye.
and that we're unanimous, back in session. Can we call the next case up for 299 Broadway, please?
Yes, Madam Chair, I'd like to open 299 Broadway, P&Z 22-092. The applicants are seeking a comprehensive permit under MGL Chapter 40B to create a 288 residential unit building in 288 residential units in 2 residential buildings and 2 new civic spaces.
Thank you. So who's gonna make the big presentation tonight for us?
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board.
Adam
Welcome.
Dash.
I'd like to welcome the new members of the board as well. This is Attorney Adam Dash, 48 Grove Street here in Somerville, representing the applicants on the 299 Broadway project, which is the old Star Market site on Broadway. I'm sure people are familiar with. We're very excited to bring this comprehensive permit application under Mass General Laws, Chapter 40B, before you. So this blighted site can finally be made into something. This is the first of several meetings we will be having with you on this important mixed-use project. I'd like to introduce the applicants for you. I don't know if they've been admitted or not, but from Mark Development LLC, we have Robert Korf, a principal, and Damian Chaviano is a principal. We also, I don't know if are they going to be admitted, Emily?
Yes, I'm working on making all
Okay.
of them presenters right now.
Great, thank you. Just wanted them to say hi because you'll be seeing everybody at these future meetings and make an introduction as we enter into this process. And also Adam Benjamin, the project manager for Mark Development, is coming and he will be driving the slides this evening. While we're waiting for them to come aboard, I'd also like to say Beacon Community Services LLC is also an applicant. Leanne Handfield Curtin and Josh Cohen are here from them. And Rise Together LLC, we have from them Herbie Duverne and Raoul Duverge. We also have the architectural firm, UTL is here tonight, represented by Mimi Love. And our landscape architecture firm, Future Green, is here with Morgan Barnicoat. We will have other members of the team who are also here. They're not going to be presenting, but they are here in the event that the board has questions in the various areas of expertise, which would be Attorney Brent McDonald from Nutter regarding 40B matters, and Randy Hart from VHB, who's the traffic engineering firm. I see Herbie from Rise. Good evening, Herbie. And he just disappeared. And we've got, and then everybody disappeared. Oh no, there's Josh Cohen from,
I'm here.
hey Herbie. And we've got Josh from Beacon. Hello, Josh. And Raoul's from Rise. Raoul, Adam Benjamin from Mark Development. All right, there's Mimi Love, the architect from UTL. Damian Chaviano from Mark Development. Hey, Damian. And I think we're one Robert Korf short of a group, but I'm assuming he will be. Oh, there you are. Yeah. Hi, Robert. Oh, and Leanne Handfield. There we are.
I found the video.
There's Robert Korf from Mark Development and Leanne Handfield Curtin from Beacon, and there's Morgan Barnicoat from Future Green, the landscape architect. All right, the gang's all here. So as we work through various aspects of the project in the coming months, we will be hearing from these various folks in more detail. So as an overview, can we get another slide, Adam? Or a slide? In the upper right, there's a little thing you click to share screen.
Sorry, bear with me 1 second. I'm not finding the green option here.
No. It's in the upper right. It's one of those little icons there. I think it's the one under the camera.
Yeah, I'm not seeing it on my end.
Does, I guess, Emily, do we have the ability to share screen?
I should, 1 second. Who should I be making the presenter?
Adam Benjamin.
Yeah, that would be me. Okay.
Yeah, I don't have the icon. I did, and now I don't. So
You should be able to share your screen.
there we go. Cool. All right.
Everyone's
Thank
in the
you.
presentation now?
Yes. Thank you.
Great. Sorry about that.
So, no problem. So if you could go to the next slide, Adam. As an overview, this general concept for this project came out of the Winter Hill Neighborhood Plan and the Winter Hill Urban Renewal Plan, which showed, as you can see on the top, there is the Winter Hill Urban Renewal Plan with those pink buildings, and there is that yellow line. So in the bottom of the screen, just to orient you, the bottom of that picture below the pink buildings is Broadway. On the left of the pink buildings is Temple Street. On the top there, you can see a little bit where the word Sewell Street should be. A little bit of Sewell Street is there. And on the far right is Grant Street. So you can see here that the renewal plan showed that yellow line as a desire line, a passageway between Broadway and Sewell Street for pedestrian traffic. You can see the proposed plan that we have down at the bottom with the orange buildings. We are basically taking that theme and we're showing the building on the left and the building on the right. We're keeping that desired line in the middle. The difference is, and this is a good thing, is up at the top, we're showing a proposed pocket park on Sewell Street. And on the bottom, we're showing a proposed pocket plaza on Broadway. So this is so our concept uses this idea sort of like a barbell in a way, if you look at it, as a configuration with the buildings with this public access point in between. So a public community room will also be part of this project, and the building on the left, which we're calling Building A, and the building on the right, we're calling Building B. So in Building A on the back there, facing that pocket park, will be a community room that'll face that. So the project meets not only with the Winter Hill Neighborhood Plan and the Winter Hill Urban Renewal Plan's goals, but also the Summer Vision 2040 goals, especially regarding affordable housing, mixed use development, the rehabilitation of a long blighted site, the creation of publicly accessible open space, sustainable features, and more, all of which will be explained in detail as we move forward with the process. As I stated earlier, this is a friendly 40B project, which will require a number of waivers from the board. Many, but not all, are due to the extreme grade changes across the property, as will be explained later. Some waivers are due to the innovative approach being taken with this project, which will also be explained. We get the next slide, Adam. Before coming to you, we've been going through a rigorous engagement process over the last year and a half with neighbors, with various city boards and committees. We've held multiple neighborhood meetings. We've been before the Winter Hill Civic Advisory Committee numerous times, the Somerville, as you can see on the screen, the Somerville Redevelopment Authority, the Urban Design Commission, the City Council, the Planning Board, numerous city departments. I do want to thank also Councilors Jesse Klingon and Jake Wilson for their heavy involvement through all this process. As you can see, we've had a lot of meetings. As part of the process, if we could go to the next slide, Adam. We went through the zoning map change process with the City Council. As you can see here on the left was the prior zoning, which showed the site, and you can see it again on the bottom, sort of running on the diagonal between the two red lines. On the left side, that's Broadway. So you can see that the red lines are the pedestrian street district designation, and you can see our site is sort of in the nook of there between Broadway and Sewell Street, which was MR5 and MR3, and then a little bit in the NR zone in the back, and those two little jig jogs that go out to Sewell Street. On the right is what the zoning is now per the zoning map change, which had the property go to the MR4, MR6, kept part of that in NR, and if you can see on the left on Temple Street, just a little bit in the back left, the pedestrian street district red line got rolled back a little bit to allow for an access point. So we've been through a lot for a long time to get in front of you. I mean, I'd like to say on behalf of all the applicants and our team, I want to thank all the city staff and the city committees and board members and members of the public and the city councilors who've been involved along the way over the last year and a half. I don't think I've ever been honestly involved in a project with this much civic and public engagement before, and it's made the project better. Adam, can we get the next slide? As an example, I'll show you, this is the initial plan. This is the initial proposal that we had made at our very first neighborhood meeting on August 18th, 2021. And you can see what we were showing here, the view of the Pocket Plaza from Broadway on the left, and a view of that, what we're calling the Muse, which is that sort of yellow walkway in between the Sewell Street and Broadway, on the right. So that's where we were. Can we get the next slide, Adam? And this is where we are. As you can see, this is the view looking towards Sewell Street. This is on Broadway. You can see the Pocket Plaza there, sort of in the center of the screen. And then you can see that Muse, that sort of walkway back to Sewell Street, sort of on the leftish part of the screen where the little person in orange is walking towards you. As you can see, this project's evolved a lot over the last year and a half due to the public process, and we would say to the better. You'll see Building B on the right there, and you see a little bit of Building A on the left. Tonight, we'll be providing you with an overview of the project, and then determine the schedule of future meetings, which we'll get to at the end of our presentation with you, to do deep dives into various subject matters and aspects of the property. So to provide some history and context before we dive into the project overview itself, I want to turn the floor over to Robert Korf, Principal of Mark Development. Robert.
Thank you, Adam. Appreciate the intro. Good evening, Madam Chair and other members of the board. I'll start by thanking you all for staying overtime this evening to allow us to present our what we think is a very exciting transformational proposal for Winter Hill. So I'm just going to start by shooting from the hip here, and because I think it's important to give you a bit of context on how the project began, and kind of get into the development team's head here, so to speak, on the events that took place over the course of time that led us to the proposal that we're presenting to you tonight. So I'm going to take probably an unusual approach here, and kind of describe it to you through the lens of what I perceive as, as in all development proposals, I believe there are always trade-offs, and at the end of the day, it comes down to boards like yourselves that have to make difficult decisions here, weighing the pros and cons. And it's in this particular instance, my impression, I'll be interested in public commentary, but my impression is that amongst all the long list of waivers that you all need to consider as part of this application, the one we've experienced, some community pushback, not from all, but if I had a guess, maybe it's 50-50, is on the parking waiver request. That waiver being for our ability, although we're on the edge of a transit shed, to have the ability to get parking passes for on-street parking for 50% of the market rate units. So I want to describe some of the process we went through, and a major hiccup we incurred in the middle of it, which, in my opinion, I like to describe as an event that turned something that was fabulous and collaborative with the community that had been created, turned it into a lemon temporarily, and we struggled mightily to save this deal, to come up with ideas. And I believe we have one here that we're going to present to you that ultimately turned lemon into lemonades, as we like to describe this. So when we first conceived this project through the community, primarily, through that collaboration effort in the summer of 2021, I'll note that I contracted with the owner of this property in May of 21, and that's when this journey officially began. So in the summertime of 21, we had proposed to the community, I'll call it a conventional type of project from an affordability standpoint. It was going to be an 80-20 project that required upzone to the MU6, MU4, or maybe it's MR, I forget the initials or what's used there, but it's MR6, MR4. We had presented a proposal. There was approximately 320 units at the time, and working with our capital market investors, lenders, the typical group of institutions that we execute these deals on, in discussions amongst them, we got this down to a 0.5 ratio on parking. So we had approximately 320 units, basically the same site plan as you see here today, comprised of 2 separate buildings. And we had, somewhere around 160 parking stalls proposed below grade, and there was going to be an 80-20 split of market to affordable units. So we were pushing along through the process, engaging with the community, garnering support and trying to build consensus, as we always do on our projects as best we can. And I will note that part of the appeal that attracted me to this project is, our portfolio, you'll see, is typically deals where we're attracted to projects that all the time require extensive collaboration with the community because they're impactful, and that's what we love to work on. We love bringing positive impact through real estate development, in particular neighborhoods within cities and towns and communities. And this, from the outset, to me, was an obvious one that we knew would be a challenge, but we wanted to take it on because we saw it as a tremendous opportunity to bring a lot of positivity to the Winter Hill community here. And after months of effort, we really saw that vision and goal coming to fruition in collaboration with the community. And I will mention city staff as well as local counselors in this area. And things were going quite well, and we were about to head into ample design to file with the applicable boards that were necessary for approval. And it was at that time, because we were getting into extensive design work, that we went in and did some extensive environmental and geotechnical subsurface investigation on the property. That was conducted probably around December of 2021. Once all the results came back, and I remember it was first, second week of February of this year, 2022, we had a gut-wrenching moment here where the results came back, and essentially, long story short, is back in the 60s, there was an old movie theater that was built here. I'm told it was probably the largest one in the area in the day. And that movie theater was demolished. And at the time, there were no environmental laws, in place to prevent somebody from backfilling the site with a building that was apparently, had asbestos materials in it, which was, common back in the day for construction of this vintage. And what that meant to us, just fast forwarding here through that story, what it meant to us was we couldn't really build underground parking at a price point that made this project financially viable. The estimated costs for excavation of the soil to create the parking garage was somewhere estimated to be as high as $18 million. So that obviously threw us back on our heels, deflated us tremendously, and we really didn't want to let go of this project because of the traction we had built with the community, and we basically fell in love with this project and wanted to try to figure out a way to see it through fruition. And ironically, the solution which we're presenting to you here, I think actually turns out an overall better result. And how we arrived at that was, if you think about the original 320 units with 80% being market rate units, the need for parking was a 0.5 on the market rate, or call it, I think, somewhere around $130 135 parking stalls, maybe slightly less, 132. So we said to ourselves, wow, regrouped with the capital markets, hey, could we do a car-free, development here? It speaks to sustainability, and it'd be cutting edge and exciting to build a project of this scale that was car-free. And after a lot of back and forth amongst the team, the answer was yes, but there needs to at least be the ability for market rate residents, to apply for parking permit passes for on-street parking. So what that meant at that particular time was, wow, we'd have to ask the city for variance or waiver for over 130 on-street parking stalls. I personally felt that would be too tough a hill to climb, and scratched my head and was looking for a solution. Well, the first thing that came to mind at the time was, well, obviously to lower the need for parking passes, we could do so by lowering the market rate unit count on this project. Well, how do we do that when we have two buildings with this kind of massing, creating this kind of density, which is needed to support the site, the project, and housing is needed, and certainly we don't want to cut the project in half, for economic reasons and due to the reason that that we need more housing. So the obvious solution then is there a formula here where we can keep the same density but yet create more affordables, which would drop the demand or the ask for the on-street parking waivers. And that's exactly what you see before you tonight. We reached out to friends of ours, over at Beacon Communities, group we have talked to extensively about doing deals with on a joint venture basis in the past under different formulas than the one we're proposing to you tonight. However, they immediately looked at this and said, wow, this is perfect. They've been looking for a project in Somerville for a long time, and this one was far along, and through their enthusiasm and their ability and knowledge and the capital stack on affordable deals, this venture was formed. And the way we're proposing this is Building A would be all affordable and owned by Beacon Communities. We lost some unit count because Beacon and Mark Development together decided that the affordable need is more in the larger units. So we took the same massing, created fewer units, but more 2- and 3-bedroom units where the affordable need is most. So that dropped the overall unit count from about 320 to what you have before you tonight, which is 288. Additionally, Building B will now have 10% affordability in that building. So when you do all the math, we've taken this from 64 affordable units originally under the 80-20 to what is now 132 affordable units. So pretty much we more than doubled the affordable count, and at the same time lowered the need for the ask on the on-street parking passes from approximately 135 down to what is now 78, which represents 50% of the 156 market rate units in this project. So there you have the story as to how we got from what was a conventional project at 80/20, which we loved, to what I now feel is a much more sustainable and affordable project. And what's most exciting here is with Beacon Communities, we are now, I feel that, frankly, that this is what you're looking at right here, I believe is the solution, or at least could go a long way to working towards a solution to our housing crisis, affordable housing crisis. And we are now very excited in taking this template that we've created here in Somerville. Hopefully we'll succeed with this board's approval, which will really give us a precedent here to start applying elsewhere in the region and hopefully other projects in the community of Somerville. So I thank you for allowing me to ramble on, and hopefully that gives you some proper context on this project. And now I'm going to turn it over to the team leading with Mimi Love from UTIL to walk you through some of the design aspects of this development. Thank you.
Yeah. Mimi, if I could just real quick before you start, this is Adam Dash again, just for the board's edification, Beacon Communities is an affordable housing developer who's been brought in to do that, just to make it clear. And secondly, I know that there was a lot of discussion at the neighborhood meetings about the Walgreens, which is currently operating at the site. And I think the neighborhood has been told, but you should also know Walgreens is not leaving the neighborhood. They are going to be moving up the street to their old site next to the Winter Hill Bank, just about a block or so away.
I can add to that, Adam. I'm happy to announce that I believe this morning we got in the executed documents from Walgreens, which was fortuitous and another benefit, to us kind of showing up on this project. I have a long-standing relationship with the company dating back to 1989. Have done a lot of business with them, and there was a lot of trust, and I was able to educate them on this urban renewal plan and really bring the awareness to them, which, due to our relationship, they bought into, did their own confirmation and research, of course, but, it allowed, I think, for a very smooth process and an economic arrangement that remains solely between us as private developers and Walgreens, providing them the economic assistance to refixture their old location up the street, and it's going to be a very smooth transition over there for them, which will now free up this location for development. Thank you.
Mimi?
Great. Thank you. Thank you for allowing me to present. I think we're going to start by stepping back and walking you through the existing conditions. Next slide. So here is a diagram where you can see highlighted in pink in the center is the actual site. The main road that this proposal is along is Broadway, and the cross street is Temple. We have Sewell and Grant Street, but we'll focus on that in following slides. You'll see two concentric circles. The first circle is showing a quarter-mile radius, and then the larger circle showing the half-mile radius. And you can see at the bottom of the diagram the new Gilman Square T-stop, which excitingly just recently opened, and is at the edge of this half-mile walk shed. Next slide. One of the things we'd like to highlight about this site is that there's quite a bit of topography that we're navigating across this entire site. Just a couple of highlights. You see Winter Hill, the liquor store, which is at the corner of Temple and Broadway. There is a large surface parking lot, and you could see to the right the former Stop and Shop. There is a 13-foot drop from Temple Street to Grant Street, so that is one of the things that we're carefully calibrating. The next slide you'll see will be at the bottom of the hill looking back up Broadway Street. Again, you kind of see on the right-hand side, the former Stop and Shop. You can see the Walgreens in the distance, but we'll show you more photos of that. Next slide. This is looking on the left-hand image is looking at a basketball court that is on Sewell Street that will become our proposed pocket park, and then the adjacent neighbors across the way. So just a little bit of context of what is there today. This diagram in gray is the actual site. You can see Broadway borders at the bottom of the page. We have Temple Street. Those are our two main roads where we have that pedestrian district bordering those two lengths of blocks. Sewell at the top of the page, and then Grant Street on your right. The condition is primarily an impervious parking lot. So we have a lot that we can do to improve this condition. And one of the things that we've talked a lot about is creating a through block connection. At Broadway, there is, where we're highlighted in a lilac color, that is a current bus stop. And there is a real desire line to connect through the block. And so through our design, you'll see where we have highlighted this connection as a real amenity to the neighborhood. So we'll walk you through a little bit the organization of the site on the next slide. Great. So here again, you'll see Broadway bordering at the bottom of the page and Temple on the right. I can, on this diagram, highlight the major civic amenities, with the pocket park being Sewell Park at the top of the page, and the Civic Plaza off of Broadway. There are some, the through block connection, you can see highlighted there. We have nicknamed it the Muse, basically because a through block connection is a lot mouthful. But that is, when we refer to the Muse, that is that area that we're talking about. There's a very important connection from Temple Street. It's a narrow path, but has been carefully choreographed by our team to connect you from Temple Street to Sewell Park. And then you'll see kind of in the center of each of the buildings, a courtyard that is an amenity space for Building A, which you see on the left-hand side of your page. It's kind of a four-shaped building. And we think the massing is really suitable for creating what seems to be compositions of buildings. You'll see that in a few slides, but is really from urbanistically responsive to the varying heights of the neighborhood. It scales down to the smaller single family houses, as well as has a civic presence along Broadway. Building B is on the right-hand side, and that is more like a C-shaped building with a courtyard in the center of it. Loading happens on the right-hand side of this block. So that is the organization of the green space. On the next slide, I can walk you through this slide really calls out the 4 different parcels. So Building A is comprised of the parcel on the left-hand side. It does include the pocket park, Sewell Park. There is the Building B has its own parcel. There is a small parcel at the top of the page that along Sewell Street. That is a parcel that will be given back to the city. And then parcel 3 is that parking lot that surrounds the liquor store at the corner of Temple and Broadway. So that's just a little bit of organization, how the site is divided. As for the organization of the interior of the buildings, we'll start with Building A. Its main lobby is along Temple Street. You can see lobby is noted there in plan. There is a small retail component at the parking lot connection. That is just to, it is a small retail area. We're thinking that this could be our ACE opportunity. Where that label is noted, Building A, that is a large parking, bike parking area. Definitely has the 1-to-1 ratio for bike parking. And then I just want to call attention to Broadway Street, where it's really lined with retail along Broadway Street for Building A and as well as Building B. The Building B does have a lobby that is, the main primary lobby is along Broadway. Each of these buildings have secondary entrances. On Building A, off of the Civic Plaza between the retail and the unit. I don't know if you can point, Adam. Sorry, there is a secondary entrance thank you, into Building A. And then Building B as well has a secondary entrance next to the retail space that faces the Civic Plaza. It's very intentional that we have 3 retail spaces that surround the Civic Plaza just to activate that plaza throughout the day. One thing I should just note in Building B is a large biking storage facility, which is on the right-hand side. Adam, if you could point to that, that is the bike parking area for Building B. And then lastly, just want to highlight the Winter Hill Community Room. This is an amenity space that is for the community. It will be programmed by the community and is a great amenity that is adjacent to the Pocket Park. So that's a general organization of the site. And here is a view, a bird's eye view, looking back at the site. It was pretty important for the team to create what looked to be a composition of many buildings rather than singular buildings that were seemed too big for the site. So there was a lot of care and thought to create a composition with different materials, with varying heights of step backs along Broadway, thinking about Temple Street as the main entrance, scaling down to the adjacent neighborhoods. There was a lot of thought of the composition that would come together as a whole, but yet have individual characteristics to create a diversity of building looks. So this is facing, I should have noted Broadway, but I think you could have seen it on the bottom of the page. This is flipping around the box. So you have Sewell at the bottom of the page. You can see the Pocket Park in the center of the block. We have the community space adjacent to the Pocket Park. And you can see that the massing of the building really scales down to be adjacent to the existing residential fabric along Sewell Street. Again, we took care to try to break down the massing by creating different materials, different color palettes that blended into the neighborhood, creates variety, but also reduces the scale of each of the buildings. So here's some renderings. This is at the corner of Temple and Broadway. Again, you can see just the composition of this wraparound condition around the existing corner. We are thinking about the current corner as it exists today, but also imagining what it could be in the full renewal plan. So setting up the scale of that opportunity along Temple Street. That buff colored building has the entrance. We do have more close-up views that we're happy to show you in follow-up meetings. We're really talking about the architecture of each of these components. And then on the long right-hand side, you can see the retail spaces that wrap around in Building A, and then how we're navigating the 13-foot difference along Broadway by stepping down the retail, having that Civic Plaza break the center of the block. Maybe on the next slide, you can see another view looking up Broadway. So this is, looking at, on we're almost at the corner of Grant and Broadway, seeing that composition where we change materials. We intentionally have different locations of the step back to create, again, that variety. You can see where there seems to be a break between the buildings. That is the Civics Plaza. So I hope that gives you an overall view of the way we've organized the site, the amenities of the site. And I'm going to hand it off to my colleague, Morgan Barracote of Future Green, to walk us through the civic spaces and the green amenities.
Thanks, Mimi. Hey, everyone. Hope you can hear me. My name is Morgan Barnacote, as Mimi said, from Future Green Studio, one of the several landscape architects working on the project. I'm just going to give a brief overview of, the two civic spaces proposed for the site. And I just want to reiterate what Mimi touched on about the connectivity of the two civic spaces, both the Pocket Park, Sewell Park along Sewell, and the Civic Plaza along Broadway. And something that I think is really exciting is that, through the grading design and working with the architects, we were able to kind of massage the site grading to provide a step-free route all the way through. So from Broadway to Sewell Street, there'll be an ADA compliant accessible pathway, no handrails, that you can really just kind of walk through the site in a really kind of safe and legible way. And that's also true of the Temple Street connection, that there's a step-free route that's then bringing you from Temple Street down to the kind of Winter Hill community room that Mimi spoke about in the park and in the Muse. So that type of connectivity and being able to work through the grades like that, I think is a really exciting component and helps strengthen the overall porosity of the site and the interconnectedness of the two civic spaces. Just hanging out on this plan for a second, the civic space, along Broadway, it's an approximately 7,200 square foot space. The framework of it is such that, as Mimi noted, it's bordered on three sides by retail to really help kind of activate the space. And we've worked with the retail consultant to kind of provide a generous zone around the perimeter to kind of allow for circulation, clear site visuals to the retail frontages, but also, robust F&B kind of food and beverage and cafe zones, which is kind of a really nice aspect of the design. That then kind of sets up inherently kind of a heart or a central area in the plaza, which we imagine is kind of much more flexible in its nature. And it's kind of comprised of a number of landscape elements, from the ground up, those being a permeable paving carpet, which kind of distinguishes the center. And then that's kind of bound by landscape topography beds that have a kind of a diverse range of native species. And those are then kind of flanked by stack seating, which helps kind of define a center. And then vertically, we're looking to use catenary lighting and this really robust kind of formalized tree bosque to create the kind of canopy of that space. And imagine that, on a day-to-day, that can be used in a variety of different ways, supported by the retail, but also could function independently with different programs. And we've done a number of test fits, which we'll share in future meetings to demonstrate how some of those things could work. But we're also imagining there's other elements such as kind of multi-generational play, things like ping pong tables and kind of porch swings that could help anchor that kind of center and give it a life outside of the retail at different, days and moments. Over at Sewell Park, the structure is, much more green. So it's more informal in its nature. It's about 7,700 square feet approximately. And the strategy there is really driven by the grading again. So you see along the kind of left page edge, kind of a path. And then again, that's kind of a step-free route that brings you from the Winter Hill Community Center and the Muse and the Plaza, connecting down to Sewell. So the grading kind of really helped distinguish the framework of that space in a really natural way that created a kind of a bi-level park, which I think is really exciting because we were able to kind of use the grade change in a great way to connect the civic spaces, but also use the change literally with kind of stack seating to kind of create kind of, you know, like an amphitheater-esque type element with embedded play, and also kind of various programs for multi-generational use. The planning strategy is really more of a perimeter strategy, and that's kind of a dense kind of composition of native trees and plantings that help provide, you know, not only privacy because it's kind of more in, you know, in the neighborhood context, but also it really helps kind of create like a sense of enclosure. So you really have more of a sense of being inside of a garden, and I think that's really helpful and kind of a great feature of defining that space. The Muse, obviously, we can see an image coming up of the space that connects, and I'll talk to that on that image. Adam, if you would switch to the next slide. So again, this is a view of the Civic Plaza, and I think something really important to notice is that really clear legibility, that sight line from Broadway all the way to Sewell Street. You know, again, providing that really important three-way connection, and then you can kind of get a sense of how the plaza has these kind of more open edges for the cafe seating and circulation and shopping, and then all those kind of landscape elements that I mentioned previously kind of live in the center and create this kind of central heart. Next slide, please. So here in the Muse, it's really this kind of 24/7 publicly accessible step-free route that connects, you know, not only the park to the plaza, but also, you know, again, Broadway to Sewell, and it's creating that really strong thoroughfare that we're interested in making. It's kind of lined, excuse me, with these kind of townhomes with primary access off that, which kind of further activates the space. But the patios and the planning strategy here is really such that the frontages of the homes and the planning creates a buffer and privacy screening for the residents, but at the same time it helps define and delineate the footpath and creates kind of visual amenity for everyone. And there's kind of a meandering tree structure that works through here that I think really nicely helps kind of disintegrate the formality of the plaza and kind of breaks it down into a little bit more of the informality and the kind of casual neighborhood vibe of Sewell Park. The other thing that does is it literally connects to green spaces, so it's always great when you can do that for, you know, pollinators and local fauna and such. Next slide, please. This is an earlier progress view of the park, and its design has continued to develop from here through you know, working with the city and all the various community meetings and feedback we've had. But I think the diagram, and we'll provide an updated view of this in a future meeting, but I think the diagram here is really about, you know, looking back and seeing that kind of connection to the park through the Muse and kind of understanding the kind of bio-level nature of the grading of the park and the idea that there's kind of various programs for multiple generations embedded kind of throughout the park. You know, it's generally kind of geared towards youth play, but we also want to be able to support other flexible programs, you know, that could be in conjunction with the Winter Hill Community Room that Mimi mentioned, which you see in the background, also with a mural that UTIL has proposed there, which is really cool. And then again, the path from the Muse, you can kind of see connecting along the backside of the image, which would then connect to the main access point to Sewell Street. Next slide, please. This materiality, this is a collection of images. It's kind of a touchstone for us as we move through the project. It's always developing, but just to give you a sense of, you know, how we think about the project and the look and feel, you know, so stacked elements, the kind of lighting features, different kind of materiality and textures. Next slide, please. We'll go into much more depth about sustainability and planting, but just as a touchstone for some of the goals, these are a lot of the things that we're always thinking about, and, you know, have had a lot of conversations about native species and, you know, the importance for pollinators and, you know, the species diversity, excuse me. And a lot of that has factored into our studies about tree selection and plant material selection. And the planting is really shaping to be much more diverse, informal, and wild. something you might see if you're familiar with the High Line in New York City, for example, versus like a very formal, kind of formalized planting structure that might be less diverse and require more maintenance. So really more of a kind of a wild, layered, native kind of approach. Next slide, please. And with that, this idea of cultivating habitat is really important for us, not only creating places for people, but also supporting local pollinators, the bird communities, and creating nesting habitat. So you have this kind of collection of plant material that connects from, the park to the plaza, and all the kind of diversity and how that supports these different communities, and also provides obviously permeable aspects to the site, which is great coming from the prior parking lot, being able to add in kind of permeability or pervious areas to the site that help slow down rainwater, and then also how different apps on iPhone and where signage overlays could help with technology and education about plant education. Next slide, please. I think with that, I will hand the presentation back to Adam Dash.
Thank you, Morgan. Adam Dash again. This is what we proposed as a schedule going forward. Obviously, December, we're here tonight. We would come back to you. Of course, this is up to you, the board, but we would come back to you January 4th to discuss building design, housing, sustainability, mobility, and the parking permit waiver in greater detail. Then come back again January 18th to discuss the civic space design and the retail strategy, which would include the park on the plaza. And then we would obviously see whether or not February 1st would be a meeting where hopefully we could get even a vote would be nice. I would note to just answer maybe a question that you may have, we're showing the liquor store parcel there at the corner of Grant and Broadway because that's not part of the parcel we're purchasing. There are two, that's made up of two buildings that have two separate owners, and that is not part of the property we're buying. So that liquor store piece on the corner with the billboard on top is not our property to develop. So just so that's why we're showing it there, just to be honest. It's staying, whatever happens in the future happens in the future, but that's not something we can do much about at the moment. So I hope this overview is clear. We're obviously, there's a lot I know we just threw at you, but I'm happy to answer any questions. We have our whole team here, more than just the folks who are smiling on the screen. So thank you, Madam Chair, for the indulgence at this late hour.
Thank you very much. Great presentation. Yes, Robert?
Madam Chair, if I could add to what Adam Dash just said about the corner parcel. Adam Benjamin, could you put one of the site plans back up? So what we have offered to the city, and obviously they've accepted, is we own everything, or will own everything once if we get a favorable vote and purchase here, everything except what you see in white, and where you see those parking stalls and pavement there. That's part of the land we would own. So what we said to the city is, just so they have the flexibility in the future, if they so choose to want to incorporate that building into the property, we have created a separate lot with that excess land, which we're willing to deed off to the city if they were ever to take title to the building or the area you see in white, which will give much more space there to create an out parcel and something exciting, perhaps activating, a retail use, food, beverage use with seating, and something that could just enhance this project even further in the future. So I just wanted to make that point.
Yeah, it's Adam Dash. That's right, Robert. But again, that's not part of our proposal because it's not land for us to develop at the moment. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Very nice and very busy. I don't know if the board had any comments tonight, unless you just want to absorb it a little bit. But I know there are people waiting from the neighborhood, the public, and they've been very patient all night. I'd like to give them like half an hour of time for some questions tonight, if that's, I see kind of yes. And I'd like to say, where's our staff person? Ms. Hutchings? You usually handle this stuff for us. What we'd like to do, and you help me on this if you may, we're going to open up the portion of the meeting to the public. We're going to give everybody who comes up a 2-minute time for them to say what they want to say. We're going to go for about 30 minutes. So it is getting late. We have some other business still to do, believe it or not. And we'll come back on these projected dates. And anybody who doesn't get to speak tonight, or even if you do and you think of something or you heard something, send us an email. Because at the next meeting, what I'm going to ask is for people who didn't get an opportunity this evening to express themselves, give them a little floor time. So anybody who doesn't get to speak tonight and or can't make the next meeting and or thinks of something else, please, please, please send us your emails. We want to hear from you. So without further ado, Ms. Hutchings, could you open it up to the public and see who wants to speak?
Absolutely, Madam Chair. So if you would like to speak, now is the time to raise your hand. We'll unmute you and call on you. I'm going to do it in as alphabetical order as possible. So I am starting with Mr. Aaron Weber. Mr. Weber, I have unmuted you, so you are able to speak. And as a reminder to all all members of the public who wish to comment, please speak your name and your address for the record before you start to speak. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Aaron Weber. Thank you for calling on the A's first. I live at 32 Summit Avenue, just over the hill from the site. And I want to say Somerville has done exhaustive community outreach and lengthy planning for Summer Vision 2040 and Summer Vision Climate Forward. And they all point to this project being a good idea. It's got low emissions, it's near transit, there's lots of affordable housing. Those are all in line with our city's goals. And given the enhanced MBTA service from the Green Line extension and the Better Bus project, the entire area should be less parking dependent by the time people actually live in this building. But I do acknowledge there are trade-offs, so let's look at those closely. We're in a housing crisis and a climate crisis. Do we want to address that? Or do we want to worry about whether it's going to be easy to park in Winter Hill in 2026? Those are the stakes. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weber. The next person with their hand up that I see is Andre Camella. Mr. Camella, I've just unmuted you, so please state your name and address for the record, and you are good to go.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, my name is Andre Camella. I live at 391 Broadway, so just up the road from this project. I'm here largely to throw my enthusiastic support behind this project. I second everything Aaron just said. I think that this is a fantastic project. I know that there are, of course, no perfect proposals and there are no perfect projects. There are complaints from the neighborhood and I understand them and they are valid. Parking concerns are real concerns. But this is a project that will add hundreds of units that will house hundreds of people in our neighborhood in a time when we are sorely lacking for housing. And in particular, it offers a stunning amount of affordable housing. So whatever downsides there are to these projects, I ask that, those of you who have concerns, you weigh those concerns against the fact that we are providing hundreds of units of housing for people here. That's all.
Thank you very much. No, I'm good.
Thank you, Mr. Camilla. Let me see real quick. The next person I see with their hand up is Benjamin Wheeler. Mr. Wheeler, I have just unmuted you, so if you unmute yourself, state your name and address for the record, you are also good to go.
Hi, can you hear me? My name
Yes.
is Benjamin Wheeler. Thank you so much. I'm Benjamin Wheeler. I'm at 34 Sycamore Street. So I'm about 2 blocks from the new Gilman Square T-stop and 10 blocks or so from the site. I also wanted to just speak up in support of this proposal. I only really learned about it pretty recently, and it seems to me like it's just the kind of thing that we want more of in this city.
Perfect.
I think the idea of welcoming, oh, could you turn the water off, sweetie? Thank you. Just the idea of having more housing, more opportunity for families to live in the neighborhood, mix of market housing and affordable housing. You know, this is the future that I want for my family and for my kids, who I just had to yell at about turning the water off. So yeah, I'm really enthusiastic about this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wheeler. And I just realized I wasn't sharing my screen with the timer. I apologize for that. Although
That's
our
okay.
speakers
Everybody's
very
been fine.
The next person on our list is, oh, I'm going back to the A's for a moment. Annie Ajemian. So I've unmuted you.
Great, thank you. Forgive me, I'm losing my voice a bit. My name is Ani Ajemian. I'm at 122 Heath Street. So up the street off Broadway, at the split of Broadway and Main. I've actually been following this project since it began, and all the twists and turns, and I've been very impressed by the creativity that the team has brought to keep it alive. I too am in support, and I do feel that while parking is absolutely a valid concern for residents to be talking about, I would stress that we think creatively about how to help the issue instead of seeing it as a reason to not support the project. Again, because it does present so many benefits. And yeah, that's it. I feel very much in support of it, and I look forward to seeing this progress.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next person who has their hand raised is Carolyn Dahlgren. Ms. Dahlgren, oh, one moment. There we go. You should be unmuted.
Hi, I'm Carolyn Dahlgren. I live at 26 Marshall Street. So that's basically on the other side of Broadway. Temple kind of turns into Marshall Street going down to the new Gilman stop. So I'm right near the site. And I have some real concerns about parking and related concerns. It really is a quality of life issue for current residents and any potential future new residents. There's a lack of pedestrian accessible necessities in the area. And by that, I mean childcare, groceries, things that you're gonna need a car to get to. So many of the new potential residents are gonna need a car. This makes parking a really pertinent concern. The developers have not addressed the parking concerns. Just having a new T-stop in the area is not sufficient. In fact, it may actually increase parking demand in the area as people may wanna park near the T. The developers say they will have street parking permits for 50% of these 288 multi-person units. There isn't any free parking on the streets already, much less parking for new residents. Just hoping to have the T and a car-free residence is really a pipe dream. It's unrealistic, especially if your solution to the density problem is to try to attract families who are probably gonna need cars. One suggestion is maybe we've got great green area at Foss Park. The site's already divided. Could you move one of those buildings over to Foss Park where you're not going to have the asbestos issue that that limits parking, and maybe move one of Foss Park's green areas over to the new area, over to the Broadway site, so that you have maintain the footage of green area? Or maybe, to address all parking concerns, have slanted parking spots on Broadway rather than parallel spots. And also really important, you need to increase the safety of pedestrian crosswalks. They need to be raised so that cars have to slow down because it is really dangerous, particularly on Pearl Street, to get to the new T-stop. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Carolyn.
Thank you. The next person on the list is Crystal H. Crystal H, I am. Oop, I believe I might have, hold on one second. All right, you should be able to unmute yourself and start speaking.
I think that worked. Hi, my name is Crystal Huff. I am living over in Spring Hill, but I am in the neighborhood of this project twice a week, at least, as a volunteer for the community fridge on Sewell Street. I really want to see this project happen. I've talked extensively with the neighbors about this project. I'm very excited for the accessibility of the Muse, the native planting plans. I've attended a lot of the meetings about this project. I struggle with the request to get more parking permits or parking permit exemption for the new, sorry, it's really late. The city's like restrictions around parking permits for this project. Something that would really help me is if they might, for the next presentation of this project, put together a visualization of those parking permits, like of those 100 parking spots that they're hoping to utilize in terms of where those parking spots might be in the neighborhood or something, just so that they would have a sense of the impact of those 100 cars that they're talking about trying to get an exemption for. I really want to see this project happen. I've been excited about it for over a year now. I thought the entire deal was to not have more parking along with it. I thought that was part and parcel of the plan. So I'm struggling with my support of the project now, given that request. Thank you everyone for sticking in for the end of this meeting. You're doing yeoman's work. I'm really tired and I don't do this every day. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, Ms. Huff. Next, Emily.
Thank you. Next is Cynthia Graber. Oh, one moment. All right, Cynthia, you should be able to unmute.
Yep, thank you. Cynthia Graber. I live at 57 12th Street. And while I haven't been following this project the whole time, I mean, it's so incredibly thoughtful, and watching the presentation, it's just really the type of development that we need in Somerville. And if our goals are to provide more housing, more green space, and more lower cost housing, and do our best to avert the worst of climate change, and our goal is also to reduce cars on our street, and we're developing improved transportation around the city. I know there's concerns about parking, but hopefully the improvements in transportation that are being developed, and even improvements in alternatives like electric bikes and electric cargo bikes that are picking up so much in our city, hopefully this is going to change the situation over the next few years as the project is built. And we've been seeing these changes happen very quickly lately, and that this project can really be a jewel, something our city can be proud of and point to as just the type of developments really on urban blight right now that our city has. So that's all.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next person who has their hand up is Dan Elton. So, Mr. Elton, you should be able to speak now. You unmute yourself.
Yeah, I did it. I get it all set up still. I figured out how to do it really good.
Mr. Elton, you do still need to press the unmute button on your end.
Tonight.
I have enabled you to unmute and speak, but you still need to press the unmute button. Right, we're having trouble with Mr. Elton.
Yeah.
I'm going to remute him and continue to the next person. We can go back to Mr. Alton. The next person is Daniel Voigt. Mr. Voigt, you've been unmuted.
Hey, folks, step up, pay attention. It's getting late.
I'm seeing that Mr. Voigt is unmuted, so I'm wondering if there's something going on with his audio. Mr. Voigt, I'm going to give you one more moment. All right, I'm going to remute you and we will come back to you. I'll try to give you some time to figure that out. Next person on the list is Greg Poole. So, Mr. Poole, you should be able to unmute and speak.
Madam Chair, members of the board, sorry for the long night. We appreciate your time. Greg Poole, Tremont Street, which I'm not a resident of Somerville. I speak for 30 members that are in the Carpenters Union for Somerville that probably hung up throughout the night. Our concerns, we love the affordable housing. We can't have enough of it for Somerville. That's a crisis across Massachusetts. Our real concerns are the development team has a history of using Callahan Inc. They're pretty much the contractor why we adopted the wage theft ordinance in Somerville, where they hire subcontractors that don't pay taxes. These are state and federal laws we want to follow why we're building affordable housing. So I'm curious for the contractor at hand, anybody but them, and we're in support. If it's them, we're not. Thank you very much for your time. We appreciate your service.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Poole. The next person is Ella Jadala. I've unmuted you, and so you should be able to unmute.
Who is this?
My name is Hala Jadala. I live at 66 Hall Ave. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank
Okay.
you.
But my family owns 11 Langmaid, and yes, we need a development there. We need something there, but I feel like already half of my mother's view, she lives on the first floor, is blocked. And as the buildings go higher, we're gonna just see buildings all around us. The view from our third floor where we can see the Bunker Hill Monument and the Tobin Bridge are gonna be gone. And this may deter our, future renters in the future. But also my concerns are the parking. I'm the only caretaker for my mother. I do a lot of her errands and have to carry her groceries. And she's unable to drive. I have some health issues, so I have to park near her in order to get the groceries into the house. And last time you said 137 cars, you put it down a little bit now. It's ridiculous. There is no parking. There's no parking anywhere in the city. So don't even think there should be parking. You're 5 minutes from a bus stop. Maybe you can do one of those rental cars where people get can rent a car for the day and maybe park it near, or get a bike, put the blue bikes somewhere near there to make it easier for the people to get around. Because since 2013, the city's been saying this is going to be a walkable, bikeable city, and it has not yet come to be that. But hopefully with all the Green Line extensions opened up, it will handle it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jadala. Sorry, I lost my place. Okay, the next person is Councillor Jake Wilson. Councillor Wilson, I'm so sorry that I did not see your hand raised sooner. You are unmuted, and please go ahead.
Thanks. Hi, Jake Wilson, one of your city councilors at large. I live at 83 Jake Street, so I'm a neighbor of the property in question. I'll be brief just to save time for others to speak tonight. I've lived in this neighborhood long enough to remember shopping at the old Star Market prior to it closing 15 years ago. Like a lot of you here tonight, I've been waiting and waiting for the day when we see something good happening with that property. This project's really got the potential to do some pretty immense good for our neighborhood and for the city in general. Yeah, it's not perfect, and we'll definitely delve into One of the main sticking points, the parking, and a subsequent meeting after the new year that's going to be specifically about that and some other things. Tonight, I just want to thank everyone who turned up and stuck around for this. It's just a hugely important decision for the future of our neighborhood and for the entire city, and I really appreciate everyone's interest in this. Thanks.
Thank you for coming out tonight, Counselor.
I also see that Councilor Jesse Klingon is here and has his hand raised, so I'm going to jump around and unmute him real quickly.
Thank you, esteemed members of the ZBA. I like my colleague just stated, I want to thank everybody who stuck it out this long. About the project, I'm going to speak in more or less general terms at this time. I want to say that this project has so many good things to it. I'm really, really excited for what it's going to bring to the community. I mean, since I can remember, I've been trying to shape a project up there that would have like be a destination location and would have areas where people could congregate and so on. And they've checked a lot of boxes for what the community has been asking for and wanting. And that said, you know, I have some concerns as well, but overall, I am really, really enthusiastic about this project. I think there's some things, you know, that we'll deal with down the line, but I just wanted to come tonight and say thank you to Robert and the team for really just being extremely engaging with the community, and just again to all the residents that came out. I mean, just like Councilor Wilson, I mean, I lived here my whole life, and this has been an eyesore, and you know, a lot of different challenges have come up with the space, and I just encourage the developer to, you know, we need to get really creative in terms of meeting some of those challenges that we'll be talking about in the future. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
The next member of the public to speak is Jeff Burns. Mr. Burns, I've unmuted you.
Hi there, good evening. Thanks, members of the zoning board and everyone else. Appreciate everyone hanging out this late. This is definitely late. Appreciate the presentation from the team here. I want to say in support of this project, you know, others have made notes of the various reasons why we might have concerns and why there are challenges, but I'm in full agreement with Aaron Weber, councilors Jake Wilson and Jesse Klingon, and a bunch of others, you know, who've spoken favorably. What we're going to gain from this. There's always trade-offs. Nothing's perfect, and I'm a big believer in not making perfect the enemy of good, and this is great. And we need these homes, and we need the improvements that they come with, and there's lots more to talk about, lots more to iron out here. And you know, it certainly seems like there's a lot of folks who are going to try to figure out some great stuff for this. So again, Jeff Burns, 26 Clyde Street here in Somerville, and very much in support of this. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Burns.
Right, next up is Jennifer Hilario. Ms. Hilario, I've unmuted you.
Hello, thank you very much, Council. So I live at 9 Bolton Street, and I'm not in a butter, but the reason I wanted to just say something was I think this project is fabulous, and it's going to be a great addition to the community. But the perspective that I just wanted to share, so the first part of my legal career, I worked a lot defending people who were going to be evicted, who were in public housing or subsidized housing. And so the aspect of the project that stuck out to me was that the affordable housing was segregated to one of the buildings. It's very helpful to understand why the background and that Beacon Communities is going to own one of the buildings. But I just hope that when it comes to the detail on the design and structure of the two buildings, that they're identical, the quality and vision from inside or outside. So there is no stigma to those who are in the affordable building versus those who are in the market unit. Thank you.
Thank you very much. What do you want?
Thank you. Next person on the list is John Grinnell. I apologize. I think I mispronounced your name, but you are unmuted.
Yeah, John Grinnell here, 31A North Street, Somerville, lifelong resident. I think this is a great project, and I'm glad to see all the housing and jobs that the project will bring. It's also good to see Beacon and Rise working on this project with Mark Development. I've seen all the good work they've done in Sullivan Square, South Boston, Newton, and elsewhere in the area. I think these concerns about parking and height are complete nonsense. I encourage this board to approve this project as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Chair, we have about 11, 12 more people who have raised their hand to speak. Just wanted to confirm that you would like to continue at this time.
You know what? I said a half hour. It's been 24 minutes. Let's give it another 15.
Okay.
Everybody
sorry.
pay attention. If you know, raise your hand, step up, speak up. We're wasting time in between. I want to give everybody a shot. But we've got some other issues and we're getting tired too. But like I said, you can send it in. Come next meeting, January 4th. We're going to try and hear all you folks, the good, the bad, and the ugly. I don't care. We want to hear it. Who's next
All right,
there,
next-
Ms.
Klaus Schultz, I have unmuted you, Mr. Schultz.
Hello, can hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi. Sorry. Yeah, so I just wanted to echo what other people have said. I live on 28 Bartlett Street, so the fringe of Winter Hill near Magoon Square. I think I'm more supportive of this project than any project I can think of in the past few years. The site's a 10-minute walk from the new Green Line. It's on top of a dedicated bus lane on Broadway, which we specifically created to kind of facilitate this kind of development. I think it creates more 2- and 3-bedroom units at like the 30 and 60% annual median income levels than any other project I'm aware of. And frankly, I guess I'm wondering why. I'm kind of sad this was Plan B. I wish this had been Plan A for development proposals, and maybe we should look at the zoning and see why can we get more proposals like this in the future. I know people have real concerns about parking. But I mean, this is the direction that the city is going. My family's trying to adjust, and I think that the city needs to work hard and make this transition work for the sake of our quality of life as we try to add residents and have a good quality of life, and so we try to be sustainable and fight climate change. So I thank the members of this committee for bearing with us and listening to all our comments this late, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Good evening. Emily? What's happening?
Sorry, my bad. The next person is Lily Link. Ms. Link, I have unmuted you. You will just need to unmute it on your end.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yes.
That was wild. Okay. Thank you so much. It makes me so happy to hear so many community members coming out to support this. People who've been there their whole lives, newer residents, people with kids. It's just so encouraging to me. This lot has sat empty for so long. I've lived within a stone's throw of it for 7 years now, now on Maple Avenue, previously on Walnut Street. And I've just been so impressed by the commitment that Mark Development has demonstrated, their willingness to meet with community members and really take our needs and concerns to heart. The depth of affordability that is being presented here is so exciting and really quite unprecedented. It's going to provide the housing, retail, and green space that we need. Some folks have said that people need a car to run errands, but when we have housing and retail and green space all next to each other, you don't need a car to run those errands. And while parking is the trade-off we have to make, I think there can also be ways to disincentivize new residents from bringing cars with them just because there is a waiver for more parking permits. I think that doesn't mean they have to all be used. I think there are still ways to encourage people to make other choices, whether that's a stick or a carrot or a combination of both. But I think that so desperately want to see this happen. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Good evening.
Next on the list is Mark Russell. Mr. Russell, I have unmuted you, so you should be all set to unmute and start to speak.
Yes, hi. My name is Mark Russell. I live at 30 Adams Street. I'm right up the street from the project, and I'm a lifelong resident. I've eaten Mama Lisa's pizza my whole life, Leone's, all that. Mama Lisa's pizza been winning best pizza for the last, 25 years, at least, right across the street. I'm for this project 100%, unless the developer is Callahan Construction. Callahan Construction has a history of wage theft. They have not ever held up their end of the bargain in any of their things. They've stolen off their workers. They've done nothing. Tax fraud. They pay cash. If you get hurt, they drag you out back, put you in the street, call you a cab. They don't pay off their end. This has to be looked into. I'm getting confused. If this is for Rise, I'm for it. Let's do it. If this is for Callahan, let's blow the big rat up out front and let's protest ahead of time.
Thank
I
you.
lived here all my life. I've
Thank
lived here
you.
all my life, ma'am.
Okay, Mr.
It'd be an
Russell.
insult to walk. It'd be an insult to walk by that every day. To know
All right.
that you let them hear.
We've
That's
got
all,
your
man.
message. Thanks, hon. Have a good night.
I hope he's looking into it like he's looking into that one-bedroom apartment with the guy, Yang. I hope he's looking into Callahan's awful. I'm serious here. Please, ma'am. This is my livelihood. My father's fighting breast cancer. I'm 6 years into 4 bouts of cancer. I 2-bedroom. I'm up all night. This ain't a joke to me. It's my livelihood. This company steals. Tax fraud, wage theft, worker theft, pushing out the door, hurt. Just like I got hurt, cost me everything. I've come back from that. To walk by that construction site, if that's Callahan Incorporated, would be an insult. I'll be heartbroken. And it'll break my father if he's
I'm sorry for your problem. Thank you for speaking up. Emily?
responsible development and affordable housing. I'm for absolutely. Not if it's Callahan Construction anywhere in Somerville or in Massachusetts. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Russell.
Thank you.
All right. The next person on the list is Maria Fernandez. Ms. Fernandez, I have unmuted you, so you should be all set to speak.
Ms. Fernandez? Can you hear us?
I see her microphone is on, but we're not hearing anything from your end.
Okay, go to the next name.
Okay. The next person is Mary Dahlgren. Oh, sorry. All right. Ms. Dahlgren, you've been unmuted. You should be able to unmute yourself now and start to speak.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, my name is Mary Kate Dahlgren, and I live on 26 Marshall Street, so right in the thick of this new development. And I want to emphasize the parking issues. It's a big issue. Just estimating that there's a potential need for, 78 new parking passes doesn't magically create those spaces. And as someone who lives on Marshall Street, parking is a major concern, especially during the winter months with snow. There's already a parking crunch in this area, and adding 288 new units without parking is really concerning. As a community, we want to be committed to green efforts, but we also have to be realistic about the needs of families in our community. Not everyone can walk or bike to the locations that they need to access for their basic needs. And currently, the bus routes down Broadway aren't even really accessible to the major local grocery store. How do you expect families without cars to get groceries? The reality is that the volume of new units is going to compound the already problematic parking issues. And lastly, and most importantly, there are major safety issues with pedestrian crossings at both the Broadway Marshall intersection on one end and at the Pearl intersection at the other end. And now with the new T station open, the city needs to take action to address these safety concerns, especially as new developments are built. I'd like to see plans for raised crossways with lighting indicators, and we have to be realistic. If we want to be a green community, we need to assess these safety issues immediately. I really want to support this project, but there's major issues in regard to parking, and also if we want to be green, the safety concerns are also really problematic. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, please.
Thank you. Next is Peter Kim Santos. So I have just unmuted you. You are free to speak.
Hello, ZBA. I'm Peter Kim Santos at 18 Joseph Street. I'm giving public comment in. Can you hear me?
Yes. Keep going.
I'm giving public comment in support of the project at 299 Broadway. This seems like an amazing set of buildings to bring to our city. It looks beautiful. It seems well thought out, and I'm excited to visit the park when it's done. Even more importantly, we desperately need more housing, and especially affordable housing, and this project has a ton of it. Rents and housing prices are out of control here, and it's because the region has been adding tens of thousands of jobs, but without building anywhere close to a matching amount of housing. As a result, there aren't enough houses for everyone, and a bunch of our friends, neighbors, and other normal people are just getting priced out and displaced. From what I understand, there are a lot of concerns about not being able to park on the street anymore if too many residents come with cars. I acknowledge it really does suck if you have to pay extra to rent out a parking space. And I'd like to echo others' suggestion to offer fewer parking permits for this building, improve pedestrian access, and other ways find ways to discourage car use and encourage these people to have fewer cars. But I think we need to consult our priorities and our values. I think Somerville's values are better aligned with housing 288 families, and our priority should be getting this awesome project built than maintaining free parking. Proposals this good don't come along very often, and I urge you not to throw it away. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good evening.
All right, next on the list is Seth Hurwitz. Mr. Hurwitz, I've unmuted you.
Good evening again, and thank you for taking the time to get us all the way to 10:36 at night through this meeting. I know there's been a lot to sit through, so I'll try to be brief. I also wholeheartedly support this project and the request that Mark Development is making. I too recognize how tough it is when you have a car and there are not many spaces around. And many, many winters in Somerville, I have had the experience of having to dig out multiple cars and move them around and fret anxiously about where to put them. And it really sucks. And I get what that's like. At the same time, my household, we made a choice to go down to one car, and that has worked really well for us. We've found ways to work around that. And I think regarding the concerns about parking in the area, you know, I live on 12 Maple Ave. I see open parking spots all the time in our neighborhood. Folks may not be able to park right in front of their home, but they may be able to park close enough. And that's something that I had to deal with when I lived elsewhere in the city. It's tough, but we can make it work. And moreover, this development likely wouldn't be completed until 2026 at the soonest. And that's a lot of time for conditions in the city to change regarding what parking needs in fact are, or whether or not there is even a likelihood that folks would bring a car to this development if they had the availability to get a parking permit. There's so many wonderful things bound up inside this project, deeply affordable housing units, desperately needed retail spaces for small businesses and not for chains. And in addition to that, it's really just been wonderful to see Mark Development work with the community so extensively over the past year and a half. And I really appreciate the time that they've taken to do the outreach. It's been truly impressive. Thank you.
Thank you. Two more people, that's it.
We have 4 more on the list, actually.
Okay, then we'll do 4. That sounds fair.
Okay. All right.
As long as it's not 44.
I've just unmuted Stephen Moore. Mr. Moore, you should be able to unmute yourself and start to speak.
Good long evening, everyone, and thank you. I am Stephen Moore. I'm at 36 Sewell Street. I'm a direct abutter to this project. And I want to thank everybody who's been on the call, the ZBA in particular. And the team has been such a engaging and enlightening group from day one on the project. I've certainly seen much of its evolution that even predates them. So, my advocacy for the project has been loud, and they've answered the call at every point to evolve the project as things cropped up, engage the community in a way that has been incredibly meaningful. And you see that in how these things have come together, even in this sort of overview version. And we will see a lot more depth as these meetings go on after the new year. And echoing many of the thoughts across, the commenters, the thing I always come back to in many developments, we saw this in Clarendon Hill as well. Perfect being the enemy of the good is something that comes up a lot. This is a lot better than good. It hits so many things that we have been asking for as a community, whether that's the affordable housing, sustainability, public space, granular retail. I've been very involved in the city in creating ideas for 15-minute neighborhoods. I understand the concerns about getting to and from places and the safety to do so. The city has made great strides to make these kinds of things sort of tailor-made for a project like this. And so it is of great value to us who have been in the shadow of the blight, and this project should be moving forward.
Thank you.
Thank
Next,
you.
please.
Next is Timothy Hutama. Mr. Hutama, I've just unmuted you, so you should be able to speak. You do need to unmute. There we go.
Yep, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good evening. Thank you, members of the ZBA, for taking my comment. My name is Timothy Hutama. I'm from 60 Cross Street East in East Somerville, half a mile down the road from this development. So I just came from the Somerville's Veterans Dinner, where the Director of Housing of the Office of Housing Sustainability, Stability, Ellen Stacher, talked about how our office has a new plea for help every single working day from vulnerable residents, including veterans. This is an untenable state for all residents, especially those most vulnerable. I realize this development has a lot of concerns from people nearby, but this proposal for over 200 units is a once-in-a-decade opportunity to add real new housing and new affordable housing to help reduce average rents. If Somerville is truly truly taking housing stability seriously and not just paying lip service through the Office of Housing Stability, there should be no other outcome than to grant necessary waivers for this project to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next is Tori Antonino. Ms. Antonino, you should be able to unmute and speak.
Hi, Tori Antonino, 65 Boston Street. So Robert, you just keep sweetening the deal. Deeding over that land to the city on the corner, if it's possible. I think a community center would be wonderful there. I know it's not part of the project, but I want to speak to the creativity that you and your team have to sort of really come from a sticky situation and, as you say, lemon into lemonades. It's not just lemonade. You're making lemon meringue pie. You're making lemon souffle. You are doing something really amazing. And I heard you say that this could be a template for future projects. I am down. Where is the next development that we're going to do? I just really want to say to your team, appreciate all the outreach, really engaging the community. Was a little worried that this project, if it doesn't go through the formal CAC process, how's it going to be? Are we going to be able to really, choose the right developer? You are the right developer for this. I want to support you as much as possible. Thank you so much for showing that slide and using the word biophilia. Never seen any slide like that. You guys get it. So I just regarding parking, I do want to understand, can we fit all these parking, if there was the max amount of cars, can we fit them on these streets? So I think a parking study is necessary. Perhaps you've already done one. Would like to know more about that. We can get creative of, using different ways to get people out of their not having cars, electric bikes. I know you have a lot of parking spaces for bicycles. So anyway, I look forward to continuing to work with you, and let's grant these waivers. Thank you so much, and thanks to all my community members here tonight.
Thank you. Good night. And the last one, number 4. Who
All right,
is it?
last one.
Who is
I
it?
have Willie Burnley Jr. Mr. Burnley, you have been unmuted.
Saving the worst for last. Hello, everybody. My name is Willie Burnley.
Hello.
I am one of Somerville's newest at-large Somerville City Councilors. I am really glad to meet the zoning board today, and also the folks who've been working on this project, which I've been watching closely for quite a while now. Wish it could be under less urgent and late night hours, but urgency is exactly what this project has always been about. I used to live on Evergreen Ave, very close to this site, and every day that I walked past the Star Market was a reminder of the food insecurity that is in this community. It was a reminder of the frustration I had that I had to walk further if I wanted to get groceries, and that we quite frankly just aren't using our land to its utmost potential. So I am in support of this project. I know a lot of my colleagues are as well, and I'm glad that they were on the call to speak to that. I hear the community's concerns around parking and around safety and around the importance of Somerville being a pro-labor city. But we need to get this done, and we have to address all those same issues at the same time. It's not an either or, it's a both. And I just want to end by thanking everybody who hopped on the call and waited the 4+ hours, almost 5 hours, to get their chance to speak, and for the board's patience, diligence, and trying to bring down the temperature on some of the conversations we've had as a community for a long time. I'll say as a final note in relation to something that God brought up in a previous item. I was raised by a family. I was born into a family. I support families in the family community. But we as Somerville, we all have to come together, whether you supposedly represent a family or just are renters who live together. And I think that projects like this give us an opportunity to all, both physically and emotionally, get to know each other better and be closer. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Emily, for all your help with that. Good job.
Thank you, and apologies, Councillor Burnley, for not recognizing you as a councillor and introducing you when I introduced you fellow councillors. I did not intend to slight you. I'm so sorry.
Okay, so the public portion, we're going to leave it open. I thank you all for your comments. You were all very articulate. Everybody presented themselves very well, whether you were pro or con. We're going to be here on the 4th again, so send your cards and letters, as they used to say, so we can hear what you have to say. And I want to thank the presenters. You did a great job. We've got a lot of homework to do. We're going to go do our stuff with Adam. Where's Adam Dash? Would you like to?
Right here,
walk
Madam
us-
Chair. Yes, I'm right here, Madam Chair.
There you go, sir. It's all yours.
Oh yeah, Adam Dash. We'll be going into a deep dive on these issues that were raised. I think what you've heard is what sort of the conversation we've been having and the vast public process we've been doing for the last year and a half. I want to thank everybody for staying up so late and for the neighbors just for sticking around and speaking. And hopefully the next meeting won't be this late, but you never know. January 4th, yeah, we'd like to pick it up again, and we can talk about things like parking in much more detail. I think that when we explain it, it'll be easier to understand. But at this point, I don't know if you had any questions or comments or anything from the board based on the overview before we deep dive at the next meeting.
I don't have any comments. I want to absorb what I've heard tonight. and look at it, and do some reading. But I do open it up to the board. If you have any comments you want to make right now, or do you want to hold yourself to the 4th? No one's moving.
Madam
Hey, you
Chair.
Somerville people, we're tougher than this. It's only 10:49. We've done later than this, right, Adam?
I've been with you at 1 a.m. in person at City Hall before,
Can we
absolutely.
get a little bit of encouragement? Anything?
Madam Chair.
I think it's wonderful. I don't like to show my cards right now, but I live at Sullivan Square and I go by that every day. And it's been a real eyesore. So it's nice to see it being developed. It looks very attractive. Like we said, there's always, the downsides. You can't please all the people all the time, as they say. But we can go forward and look into, like, you guys are going to go back. You're going to still hear from people. You're going to hear from us. But I don't see the board. I don't see any sad faces. So I think you want to be encouraged a little bit. I think you did good. It was a good night.
Madam Chair, I
Emily,
apologize.
where's Emily?
I see that Councillor Klingon is unmuted and has his hand up, and I don't know.
My apologies for cutting in.
Hi,
So
Jesse.
this is more just, hi, how are you? This is more
Good,
just a
hon.
procedural question.
Uh-huh.
So when you say you're going to keep the record open, so they're coming back with like multiple pieces of this. Would the record just be kept open on the, throughout the entire process, or like would
Well,
people,
we'll see the
or if it
next.
closes, would people get to speak on like the next piece?
Oh,
You
the
know,
next meeting on the 4th, I've said like 3 times tonight, people are going to get to speak. What I would like everybody, the public, to go back and regroup. If you've spoken and you've had your piece, don't take somebody's time. Let somebody new come forward. But share your information with us and your ideas via email. Everything will be on the record. We have transparency here. And we're going to try and let the public weigh in on this at least the next 2, maybe the 3rd meeting, because we'll all be talking and it'll be going crazy. So if I'm right, I'm looking at my staff people here and I'm looking at Adam. Was that the plan? We've got the 4th, we've got the next one
18th.
after. Yeah, the
The 4th and
18th.
the 18th are the deep dives into the various subject matter, and the idea was February 1st, hopefully, we would like to see if we can get a vote if possible, depending how things go.
So
And
to
Madam
answer the councilman's question, I would think definitely people will be speaking on the 4th and the 18th.
And
But
Madam
no
Chair, I can clarify.
repeats. Yes, Emily, I'm sorry.
No, I'm sorry for interrupting. I just clarify, if there is any new information that is provided, the public record, the public comment period will be reopened if it has been closed too. So it's going to be, it sounds like the public comment period will be kept open at least through the 18th, but if any new information arrives after that, it will be reopened.
Okay, thank you all.
What we
Good.
do.
Thank you.
Emily,
Thank
could I
you.
ask, Emily, are we doing mobility on the 4th? Is that, so the parking study that we've done, and I believe we submitted, is that available online for people?
So everything that has been submitted as part of your application is online right now.
All right, because I think it would be great if, people, whether they're in favor or not, if they have concerns with parking, they should definitely look at that study, and I think we can have a much more productive meeting on the 4th if people got educated on that report.
That's right, Robert. There's a lot of parking materials that have been submitted to the board that are available on the city's website for the public. And on the 4th, the subject matter would be mobility, mobility in the parking.
Is our website set up for the project yet?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, we should load that up if it isn't already, with any materials that are covering topics at the next hearing. So
Great.
people look to our website as well as another source. We want people to have all the information, so there are no surprises.
So I apologize for interrupting again. I would just note that Councillor Wilson has his hand raised, and Madam Chair, I didn't know if you wanted to recognize him as well.
Yes, but we gotta get going here, guys. We got more business to take care of. You can all go home. Mr.
So,
Wilson.
sorry, I might have made a mistake. I see he's taken his hand down.
Well, I saw he spoke, but I don't know if he wanted to add something. He's welcome to. Mr. Wilson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, that was no oversight on my part. I left my hand up. Sorry for that. Happy to let people go home.
All right, thank you, sir. Have a good night. Okay, Adam, last word.
I think we can all go home. How about that?
Great, sounds good. Thank you, everyone.
Happy holidays.
Same to you. See you all on the 4th. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to all of you.
What's Morgan
So, Madam
saying?
Chair, we just need a
Morgan,
motion
what
to
are you
continue.
saying?
Yeah, we know, Emily.
Oh, sorry.
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to continue this matter to our January 4th meeting.
May I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Ann Brockelman. All in favor, please say aye when called upon. Ann Fullerton,
Aye.
Ann Brockelman,
Aye.
Cece Daglin,
Aye.
Catherine Garavaglia,
Aye.
and Susan Fontano. Aye. And yes, Catherine,
I was making sure you got Brian since this
I'm
was.
not, got to point my little finger at him. It's right here. And Mr. Cook.
Aye.
Thank you. The motion passes unanimously. See everybody January 4th. Thank you. Okay, next on our agenda, I want Emily to give me a little help with this so we can expedite. It's to vote to authorize the OSPCD Executive Director to submit the general land area minimum safe harbor. Emily, are you there? Would you
Yes,
come-
Madam Chair, I'm here. Before we address that, I think we are only allowed to have one alternate member vote on the continuance, so.
Oh, okay. So we'll take Cece, because I called on her first.
Okay.
All right, so thank you, Madam Chair. This next order of business is, again, voting to authorize the OSPCD Executive Director to submit the general land area minimum safe harbor assertion to Massachusetts DHCD on the board's behalf. This is part of the 40B comprehensive permit process as it relates to 299 Broadway. This is something for any board members who were here for, oh goodness, the last 40B that we did, and I am spacing out on the name, Clarendon Hill, there we go.
Clarendon Hill,
This is something that the board approved then as well. So when we receive a 40B application, if we can then apply to assert safe harbor to the Department of Housing and Community Development, saying we either have a certain amount of affordable housing as a percentage of our affordable housing, or we have a certain amount as a percentage of our gross buildable land area. And this enables us to effectively say no to a 40B comprehensive permit application if we need to. Again, this is a friendly 40B. We don't anticipate this, but this is a standard procedure for 40B. And this is what occurred during the last 40B process. This application does need to be submitted within 15 days of opening the public hearing for any comprehensive permit application, so 15 days from today, before the next board meeting. So we would recommend that you authorize the OSPCD Executive Director to submit this assertion on your behalf, and we will complete all of the necessary paperwork for you.
Great. We did do this before, so I think it's okay. Does anybody have a comment they want to make before we make a motion? No. Catherine, you make the motion, and Brian, you're going to vote on this.
All right, Madam Chair, I make a motion to authorize OSPCD the OSPCD Executive Director to submit a general land area minimum safe harbor assertion to the Massachusetts Department of Housing and Community Development on the board's behalf.
Second, please, Ann Brockelman. All in favor, please say aye when called upon. Ann Fullerton,
Aye.
Ann Brockelman,
Aye.
Brian Cook, Brian Cook, Catherine Garavaglia,
Aye.
and Susan Fontano, aye. The motion carries unanimously with 5 votes. Thank you. Last business is the discussion of the ZBA rules and policy. We just have some time to look these over. We don't necessarily have to do this tonight. We'd like you to look at it, have some comments. Yes, Ann Fullerton's hands up.
Madam Chair, I was going to request that we continue this topic. I could use some more time with this.
Beautiful. I'm in agreement. Everybody's shaking their heads. Emily, is that okay with you, you folks in the office?
That is fine. I did want to note that we do have PPZ Director Sarah Lewis here with us. I did just promote Ms. Lewis to a panelist. I don't know if she'd like to come on the screen. There we are.
Hey, we know that lady. How you doing?
Hello, all.
That's still up. Welcome.
Thank you. It's been a while.
Yeah.
So I was going to talk to you about the rules and regulations and the parallel processes with other boards, but I am more than welcome to do that with you next time, given the late hour. And I do want to thank you all again for your dedication. Susan, I've been there with you later than this. That is not a badge of pride.
I can take it. I can take it. We're some of the girls, you know.
No, thank you all. I apologize to Cecia and
sorry.
Brian that this one was your first one. So thank you for your persistence.
Yeah, I think it'd be better if we just really had a better time, because we had so much to read and go through and try to prep for the whole night. But I think we did pretty well with just the one case we had to continue, and of course 299. So I don't mean to disappoint you. I hope it's okay.
Not at all. It's the right thing to do, I think, at this point.
All right, some of these folks are looking a little cockeyed here tonight. I can see them. All right, so we need to make a motion then to continue this until the next meeting.
Madam Chair, I make a motion to continue our discussion of ZBA rules of policy and procedure to our next meeting, January 4th of 2023.
Second.
Ann Brockelman seconded. Around the name calling here. Ann Fullerton.
Aye.
Ann Brockelman, approve.
Aye.
We're gonna go with Cece on this one. Cece?
Aye.
And Susan Fontano, aye. And did I do Catherine yet? Catherine Garavaglia.
Aye.
Thank you. Let the motion show that it carries by unanimous vote. Thank you, everyone, for a wonderful night. I thank staff. Everybody was wonderful. Everybody's temperament, paid attention. And I want to wish you all a happy, healthy new year and holidays to everybody. And we'll be back to work soon. Good night.
Good night.
Wait.
Oh,
Good night.
do the
Madam
meeting.
Chair, I make a motion to adjourn the meeting.
I'm delirious. You make the motion, yes. Seconded by Ann Brockelman, yes. All in favor, go around, say aye and nay. Ann Fullerton,
Aye.
Susan Fontano, aye. Ann Brockelman,
Aye.
and Brian Cook,
Aye.
and Catherine Garavaglia.
Aye.
Wonderful. Thanks, guys. Have a
Happy
good
New-
one.
Happy holidays.
Thank you.
Yes, happy holidays.
Thanks. Nice to see you, Sarah.